Newsworks in cooperation with Eau Claire County. This program is simulcast on WRFP-LP 101.9 FM.
I'm actually not. I am upstairs and I have a very big dining room window. The weather looks nice, but keep our fingers crossed. If I lose connection, that would be no bueno.
Yeah, that would be kind of a problem.
I've never lost connection during a storm before, so I should be okay, but I'm also not up during like the really bad storms at the middle of the night. So we'll see.
Well, it's blue sky where I am in Eau Claire, so
It is blue sky here as well, and I'm in Lake Hallie.
Some people always see blue sky. Hey, good for you guys.
Well, your connection might not be the issue. It might be, will you be blown away on the second floor?
I will make safety my top priority.
I had to quickly call my son about the cottage to make sure they weren't there. Because the cottage is on Lower Long Lake, which is just east of New Auburn.
I think it's heading that direction, Colleen. I don't think it's there yet.
No, I know not. Just thought he ought to have his TV on.
And the last I heard, there were 3 possibilities of tunnel clouds.
No, that's an interesting sound. Sounds like a horse or something.
I thought it was someone stirring ice cubes in a glass.
Oh.
I must have a different perception. Either that or I'm really thirsty.
I thought it sounded like a horse also.
There you go.
Maybe a pony, because it was kind of light.
Yeah, light on his feet.
That'd be a fun game. Name that sound. There goes the pony.
rewarding to do that.
How we doing?
Hello, Kevin's joining.
Hi, Kevin.
Kevin,
Hi,
Folks.
Kevin.
For public information, this is Kathy. I have on a T-shirt that says "Made in the USA" a long, long time ago.
well,
It's okay, Kathy. I could
The
say
bro-
that about myself.
the brown shirt that I'm wearing doesn't quite blend in with my couch. Otherwise, I'd be like camouflaged.
Say, Kathy,
Yo,
I was made a long time ago in the USA also.
okay.
Works for me. True.
I'm not sure where I was made, but I came out in the USA.
Thanks for setting the tone, Kathy. That was good. That was really good.
Nice.
Good evening, supervisors. It is now 7 o'clock. I call to order this regular meeting of the Eau Claire County Board of Supervisors on this Tuesday, July the 21st. And next item of business is honoring the flag, and followed by a moment of reflection by Supervisor Snyder. Supervisors, please unmute your whatever. I'm sorry.
Microphone.
It's not a good sign. Not a good sign. Well, now, together we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the
flag
flag
Of the
of the United States
of America
and to the
and to the republic
For which
which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
mute your microphones except for Supervisor Schneider.
Are you plugged in?
I think so. Bye.
A
Supervisor-
couple months ago, you passed a proclamation in honor of the Americans with Disabilities Act turning 30, and that's coming up this Sunday. So I thought I would reflect on it. I wrote a poem in honor of it that I'd like to read to you. I know quoting oneself is something not necessarily good, but hey, here you go. This will be part of PBS's American Portrait on the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's called An Anthem for the ADA Anniversary with homage to Maya Angelou. You can talk about me instead of to me. You can question my right to be. You can pity and disrespect me and ignore my needs I didn't see, and still I'll rise. I'm your grandmother who doesn't hear. I'm your friend living with anxiety and fear. I'm your grandpa who has lost his mind, or his wife who is going blind, and still will rise. We're 1 out of 5, not dead yet, still alive. Our needs aren't special, they just are. A parking space that's not too far, a friend who listens, even if it takes longer, and fights for access with us. Together we're stronger, and still will rise. We won't stop until all can play, work, love, and pray in whatever way. So celebrate with us because of the ADA and caring people. We can say together we'll all rise. The end.
Thank you, Supervisor Schneider. At this point, we are going to do a moment of quiet reflection honoring County Board Supervisors who have recently passed. That is Robert Sather for 14 years of service on the County Board and David Donovan for 5 years of service on the County Board. A moment of silence. Thank you, Supervisors. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Gibson,
Unmute your microphones, people.
Present.
McKinney,
Present.
Knight,
Present.
Pagonis,
Present.
Anton,
Here.
Zook,
Present.
Chilson, I did see that he was connected, so I'm going to consider him present. Stelgis,
Here.
Maury,
Present.
Coffey,
Present.
Hennings. I did not see Henning, so I'm going to consider him absent. Bates. And I did see her connected and saw her before, so I'm going to say she's here. Russell,
Present.
Gatlin,
Here.
Smyer,
Present.
Neiman, or I'm sorry, Hambeck Boyle,
Here.
Neiman,
Present.
Dunning,
Here.
Wilkie,
Here.
Anderson, Beckfield,
Here.
Schneider,
Here.
Leary,
Here.
DeLuca, Jansen, Nagel,
Here.
Roberts,
Here.
Frank,
Here.
Christofferson.
Present.
28 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is approval of the Journal of Proceedings from June the 16th, 2020. Motion?
So moved.
Identify yourself, please.
Supervisor Beckfield.
Supervisor Beckfield moves. Second?
Hanbuck Boyle, second.
Hanbuck Boyle seconds. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the Journal of Proceedings? We'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor of approval of the Journal of Proceedings of June 16th, 2020, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by nay. The ayes have it. It is unanimous. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is public comment. Do we have public comment?
We do have 2 public comments, which County Clerk Loomis has.
Are you reading them?
I can, yes.
Please do that then.
Okay. I'll say first of all who this is from, and then I'll read it. Clear Vision Mental Health and Incarceration Justice Team, Tom Worth, Eau Claire County Department of Human Services Deputy Director, Ruth J. Conjay, Professor at the University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire, Pamela Guthman, DNP, RNBC, University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire Assistant Professor, Luke Feedy, Eau Claire County Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administrator, Father John A. Scholl, Senior Priest at Diocese of La Crosse, Audrey Nelson, Owner and Director of Reality Unlimited, Kamji Moji, MD, Public Health Specialist, Becky Stendel, CSW, Eau Claire County DHS Jail Reentry Diversion Social Worker, Natalie Lasinski, UW Eau Claire Student Researcher, Allison Schwartz, UW Eau Claire Student Researcher, and Callie Vogel, UW Eau Claire Student Researcher. And this is their message. We, as Clear Vision Mental Health and Incarceration Justice Team, write this letter to support the resolution declaring racism to be a public health crisis. The development of the Clear Vision Mental Health and Incarceration Justice Team was an outcome of the Eau Claire Poverty Summit in October of 2016. Our support for this resolution is based on the corollary data that we have seen at a city, county, and national level. Our community members of color are incarcerated at a proportionately higher rates than their white counterparts and lack the same access to health care than our white counterparts. This is glaringly evident in the impact of COVID-19 and has had on our communities of color when compared to our white communities. It is the hope of this action team that our support for this resolution will appropriately bring attention to the systematic and institutional racism that is perpetuated in our community. We cannot remain indifferent or silent on this issue. Now is the time to summon our leadership and moral courage. Martin Luther King Jr. famously stated that, in the end, we will not remember the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. This resolution serves as a first crucial step in recognizing the need for change. This resolution will not serve as the panacea to racism in our community, and more must be done. However, the 6 action steps the resolution includes will allow our community to move forward with this important work. As stakeholders in our community and in positions that allow for us to help facilitate change, we must do what we can to protect the basic human rights of all people in our community. There is much work to be done. This resolution speaks to our commitment to this work. We are asking for a commitment from our elected officials to adopt this resolution and recognize that this will allow our community to grow stronger and healthier together. We appreciate your strong consideration on this important issue. The second public comment is from Ruth Conjay. And she states, as a resident, voter, and taxpayer in Eau Claire County, I express my strong support for the resolution to declare racism as a public health crisis. It is time for Eau Claire community to revise our policies, programs, and practices to ensure equality for all. The recent media focus on violence perpetuated on people of color by law enforcement officers has foregrounded the long-term, widespread problem of structural racism, while the pandemic has revealed the ways these inequities drive worse health outcomes for our neighbors of color. I wish to live in a community where we are actively working to ensure that everyone has equal opportunity to be healthy, happy, safe, and prosperous. It is time to begin committing resources to this important goal, and action commitments included in this resolution to declare racism a public health crisis will ensure progress toward this goal. Please vote to pass this resolution. Thanks for listening. And that is all I have for public comment.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is reports to the county board under 2.04.320. First, under the oral reports, Lynn Nelson, Executive Director, West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission, and Toby LeMahieu, Fund Manager.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me okay?
And we can see you too.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. I can do this here. Samantha and I had tried it. Not sure why that isn't working. Okay, maybe I'm not going to share my screen.
Samantha, can you help?
Yes, you should have the capabilities now.
Okay, sorry about that. We should be ready to go. Thank you again for allowing us to be part of your county board meeting tonight. My name is Lynn Nelson, and I am the Executive Director of the West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission. And I'm here with Toby LeMahieu, who you're going to be seeing shortly as well. And Toby is another staff person with that, and she is going to be providing you with an update on the Regional Business Fund. The purpose of our presentation tonight is to provide you with information, first of all, on the Regional Planning Commission, who we are and what we do, and then to give you some examples of the types of projects that we've been working on. Often I get the question, we're a member of your organization as a county, what are the types of things you're doing in our county? So this is really my effort to try to, at a larger scale, provide you with some of that information, and also talk about some of the more current things we're working on. Toby is also going to then provide you an update on the Regional Business Fund. Our goal in providing you all of this information is really twofold. First of all, so that you know the types of things that are going on in your county, but secondly, and maybe even more importantly, so that you're aware of our organizations, and as you're going to meetings and talking with your constituents, you're able to say, well, maybe we can call Regional Planning Commission and they can help us with whatever you're having an issue with. So it's really having contacts and making you aware that we're here and we really want to help you. Some of the information that's referenced as part of our PowerPoint was included as part of the electronic packet that you received in your county board materials. We're also going to be sending some of those items, such as our annual reports, to you by mail. So you'll be receiving those shortly. Those will include a lot of the information we talked about tonight, but also our confirmation or our contact information. For all of the things, we're trying to present this at a pretty high level and not get into a lot of details because we want to respect your time. So if you want more information, please look at those materials or know that you can talk to us, give us a call at any time. So a little bit of information on the Regional Planning Commission. The West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission is a multi-county planning organization that was created under state statute in 1971. The fact that we were created under state statute makes it appear that it's more of a top-down organization, that we're an entity that the state said you need to be put in place. When that's not really the truth, our organizing statutes that we abide by were created under state statute, but that's after petition by the 7 counties that we cover. Those counties got together and said, we want this type of organization to cover our area because we value the type of services that they can offer, and we value the idea of being able to look at issues in a regional way. Okay, we're one of 9 regional planning commissions covering the state. and we're represented by number 9 on the map. You can see we cover Barron, Chippewa, Clark, Eau Claire, John, St. Croix, and Polk. We are governed by a 21-member board made up of 3 representatives from each of our 7 counties. So our current Eau Claire County representatives include John Frank, Connie Russell, and James Zook. These are the people that guide our organization and help us determine the types of programming that we should offer, as well as providing input on what's going on in those counties and the types of issues they're seeing. Thank you to those people for assisting us. I also want to recognize Melissa Jansen, who is another county board representative that is outgoing and assisted us for the past 2 years. So we have 13 staff members who are showing up on your screen. Hopefully you know some of these people or will in the future as you work on projects. The goal of our organization is to assist units of government in planning for the physical, social, and economic development needs of the region. And we do that by providing services in 4 areas, including economic development, transportation, community development, and then environmental services and mapping. So to give you an example of what those services look like and the types of things that we're doing in Eau Claire County, I'm just going to quickly touch on a few examples. I'm going to go off script a little bit here. The screen shows some examples from 2019. The first 3 of those activities listed on the screen are still ongoing into 2020. The last one was completed in 2019. But instead of looking at the projects that we worked on in 2019, I'm going to briefly touch on some of the things we're working on in 2020. So I have 5 things I'm going to talk to you about. The first one is we are currently working on a COVID-19 resource guide and have been since the start of the pandemic. Those guides, we have a guide for businesses and a guide for units of government, and they focus primarily on funding sources that can be utilized by those entities. That guide is continuously updated and can be found on our website if you want to check that out. The second example that we're working on is we are an economic development district under the Federal Economic Development Administration. And what that means is really that we provide staffing to the Economic Development Administration for our area. The Economic Development Administration was awarded a large portion of the CARES Act funding, and they're distributing that as public works awards throughout the region under a competitive program. So we've been spending a lot of our time reaching out to units of government that may need that type of assistance as a way to recover from COVID-19 as one of their economic development strategies. And we're currently working with both the City of Eau Claire and the Chippewa Valley Innovation Center on potential applications that could move forward under that program. The third example of something that we've been working on in 2020 is we've been assisting the City of Altoona Housing Authority in completing an environmental review. It's an activity that is required by HUD so that they can receive future funding for updating existing projects, or if they should have a need for additional housing over the next 5 years. It's an activity that they have to complete, and that is something that we were able to assist them with. A fourth example is we put together a regional transportation alternatives or TAP application that was submitted to the Wisconsin Department of Transportation in 2019. We should be receiving notice of that award shortly, probably by about August 1st. And under that application, we applied for funding to establish a regional Safe Routes to School program. That program will consist of 3 components. The first component will be to assist units of government from throughout the region, so all 7 counties, who need to still complete Safe Routes to School plans for their communities. The entities that will be assisting, if that funding is awarded, include, let's see, Amory, Bloomer, Cumberland, Fall Creek, and Thorpe. The second part of that request was for staffing to assist a few units of government who want to move forward with some of the implementation activities in their current plans. And those units of government include Altoona, Chippewa Falls, Eau Claire, and Osceola. And then the final component is some regional safe routes to school work, such as outreach and mapping activities. And then the final thing that I'll bring up to you that we're working on in 2020 is that we have some brown bag luncheon webinars scheduled for August 4th and September 3rd. The first one is going to focus on grant writing 101, sort of a grant writing boot camp, the basics of grant writing. It'll be a virtual presentation for anyone that's interested in that. And the September presentation is on the use of economic development data. How can you utilize data that is easily accessible or that we can help you with in putting together recovery strategies or looking at the benefits of different activities you might undertake. So those are some of the sample activities I wanted to make you aware of. There's many more examples in the materials that we handed you. And I'll leave you with just some reasons for regional planning. You can look at those and take your time in reviewing those materials when you're able to. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Toby, who's going to provide you with an update on the Regional Business Fund. I have to switch headphones. We had a little computer issue here, but okay. Okay, thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to introduce myself and tell you a little bit about the Regional Business Fund. So I'm the fund manager with the West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission. We cover the same 7-county area as the Regional Business Fund, which is a nonprofit that is we're contracted to staff. So that's kind of the relationship between the two. The Regional Business Fund provides loans to businesses in the same 7-county region, like I said, and they're low interest loans, and they're not to be in competitive or in competition with any of the private financing opportunities that are available to businesses. So conventional credit union or bank financing. So ours are supplementary to those. So you can see the same map there on your screen. We have 7 main programs that we offer to businesses in the 7-county region. I'm not going to go into detail over the details of those. Those are all on the Regional Business Fund website if you want to get some more information about any of those loan programs. But what I did want to do is highlight a couple of the examples that we've helped assist with businesses in Eau Claire County recently. So there's some recent loan recipients, all the names are listed there. And I wanted to provide a little bit more insight on a couple of them just to give you an understanding of how our funds fit into play with the traditional sources of financing. So the first example I wanted to talk about is Cabin Coffee, and some of you may be aware of that. It's located in the newly developed River Prairie, and it was a husband and wife duo that were looking at different franchise options. They saw River Prairie as an area that was going to they thought going to be very good opportunity for growth, and they looked at a couple of different franchise opportunities, and they finally decided upon Cabin Coffee. And you can see the photo there, and again, maybe some of you have seen that location. Our financing was supplementary to that of a credit union. SBA 504 financing with the nonprofit WBP was involved, and the borrowers also brought a sizable contribution themselves to the project, but they still had a gap in financing, and that's how our funds work. It's in conjunction with the public or the private financing that's available to them in addition to their own borrower contribution, but there was still a gap in what they needed to bring to the table in order to make their dream a reality. So we were able to provide a loan of $100,000 to that couple, and part of the money was for the actual construction of that building, and then some was for startup working capital as well. And then another example, it was for Pan Asia Kitchen, which is located in the city of Eau Claire. We have 2 loan programs that work in the city of Eau Claire. And that one was a recent example of a restaurant that had to close during the shutdown in Wisconsin. They weren't really equipped to do a lot of takeout or carryout or delivery. I think they did some, but not as much. They did get some SBA financing to help supplement while they were kind of shut down. But then again, our funds were requested and then eventually awarded for working capital for them. So those are just a couple of examples. Again, not in competition with the financial institutions that are there, but here to supplement those. And then I wanted to give you a couple of graphs here, charts to show you for the Regional Business Fund, the nonprofit fully lending within that 7-county region from the consolidation that happened in 2007 through June 30th. You can see how many loans we've done in Eau Claire County and the other counties. And then I have the amount that's been lent out to businesses in Eau Claire County compared to the other 7 counties as well. And I also wanted to provide a quick thank you to those residents in Eau Claire County that make up either the board of directors with the Regional Business Fund. That is Steve Arnson that sits on our board of directors. And then we also have an Eau Claire County revolving loan fund committee that also decisions the requests that come through within the consolidated loan fund programs. And those members are Steve Arnson, Larry Jolivet, Dale Peters, Dave Pokrant, Jerry Bauer, Monica Albrecht, and Catherine Schaaf. And also an outgoing thank you to Natasha Plank-Autumn. Also, I'd like to thank Luke Hansen of the Eau Claire Area Economic Development Corporation, who does act as our boots on the ground to help market the programs that we offer. We work closely with all the EDC directors in our 7-county region to help promote our programs, and he does that for Eau Claire County. So with that, I would take any questions that either you would have for Lynn or myself with the Regional Business Fund.
Supervisors, I'm going to ask that you use the raise your hand function. If you don't know how to use that, I suggest you put up your participant list, click on the participant list, and at the bottom, far bottom right-hand corner, you'll see a little hand. If you click on that, that'll indicate that you have a wish to speak. I see Supervisor DeLuca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During the COVID pandemic, how are the businesses finding their way to pay back the loans? Are the loans extended out because of this? How does it affect their loan?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we did offer an interest-only period or a principal deferral period for all businesses. And actually that's offered all the time for our businesses, that flexibility, but we did make sure that we marketed that and we did a special mailing to all of our businesses. We have about 360 active loans right now. So we did a special mailing to all of those borrowers. We also put it on our newsletter, on our website, and we really marketed that. We had about 100 businesses that did take advantage of that, either in an interest-only sort of situation or a deferral. So that's how we did that, and we are authorized also to continue that if needed. Some of those interest-only periods or deferrals have ceased, and we did say, hey, your payments are coming back up again, and we have worked with a few of them, but most of them have been able to start paying back normally.
Thank you.
Supervisor Russell, Supervisor DeLuca, please take your hand down. Thank you. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, having served on the commission for one term and starting my second term, I feel confident saying it's a very productive organization. They do a lot with a lean staff and they're very well managed. And so I'd like to encourage all of the board members to look over the material that was provided. And also to encourage us to think as we go forward with our strategic planning, especially on that third goal of economic development, to think about how we might be able to use the and leverage the resources that are available through the commission.
Thank you.
Schneider with a question.
Go ahead, Supervisor Schneider.
Are the loans targeted toward minority businesses at all?
No, we don't have any restrictions in terms of who applies. Or obviously an equal opportunity lender, so anybody is willing and able to apply, but we don't have any programs specifically dedicated to minorities.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised. Thank you very much for your report. Next report is from Rachel Manning on U.S. Census update. Ms. Manning?
Good evening. If someone could just let me know that they could hear me.
I can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening. So thank you again. We all met earlier a few months ago when I was invited to come and speak with you all about the 2020 census operation. So tonight, I'd like to thank you again for giving me an opportunity, a few minutes to provide a brief update about the 2020 census operations. And most importantly, report out to you about the current response rates for Eau Claire County. So I hope that you'll leave here after tonight's meeting with a good sense of where we're at, how well we're doing in comparison to other counties, as well as where some of our low responding counties are across the, or areas are across the county, as well as what's happening next with the census timeline and operations. So included in your board packet tonight is a document that includes both a table of the current response rates for Eau Claire County by census tract, as well as by the city, town, and village. And then in addition to that, you should also have a map view of response rates by census tract, as well as a state view where you can see the difference in response rates by county. So I'll be referring to that document now, starting with the county response rate data table. So in mid-March, the majority of households received their mailing from the Census Bureau with instructions for completing their census, directing them to first use the online response option, which is my2020census.gov. So in mid-March, that online response link went live, and our self-response mapper also became active. So this is the tool that we use to be able to track and monitor response rates in real time. And that map updates each day, Monday through Friday at 3 p.m. So the document that you have actually contains the response rates from last Friday, or this past Friday, excuse me, July 17th. At this point, we're not seeing drastic changes in the response rates like we were day to day. The rates have pretty much plateaued. The daily average increase is only about 1/10 of a percentage point. So just so you know what you're looking at now, some of those rates have changed just slightly, some have stayed the same, but I can walk through some of those or highlight some of those changes as I walk through the data really quickly. As of today, 3 p.m. this afternoon, 62% of households across the country have now responded to the census either online, by phone, or by using the mailback option. Wisconsin continues to be among the leading states in self-response with almost 70% of households responding. We're only trailing Minnesota by a couple of percentage points. So overall, Eau Claire County is doing a tremendous job with a current response rate of just over 78%. So the county is trending very high in response rates. We are among the top 10 highest responding counties in the state. Eau Claire ranks number 7, I think, out of Wisconsin's 72 counties. So that is phenomenal. And what's even more exceptional is that Eau Claire County is actually also among the top 25 highest responding counties across the country. So of the 3,215 counties in the country, Eau Claire ranks at number 25. So that is a phenomenal response. The City County Complete Count Committee and other community partners have been doing some really excellent outreach since the fall of 2019. We have continued now to meet virtually to discuss the county's lower responding areas, discuss strategies for continuing to do outreach in those areas, because even though the county as a whole is trending very high, we do still have some lower responding areas that we're monitoring. So if we're looking at the data table, you can see, so the way this is broken down is I first included the response rate by government unit, so city, town, and village. So you can see that our communities of the town of Bridge Creek, the village of Fairchild, the town of Wilson, and the town of Fairchild are all in the red, which is telling us that the response rates in those areas are lower than the national response rate. So when we're thinking about how do we continue doing outreach? Right now, as we approach our non-response follow-up, this is our primary area of focus. If we're looking at response rates by census tract, again, our, thank you for scrolling down, whoever is doing that, the one census tract that we have in Eau Claire County, which is tract 1, is also, it encompasses those communities that I had already mentioned, the city of Augusta, town of Bridge Creek, village of Fairchild, town of Wilson, and the town of Fairchild. So as we continue to do outreach, please know that our Complete Count Committee, our community partners in those communities are aware that they are responding at a lower rate than both nationally and the state. So we continue to find new partners and new avenues for doing outreach and encouraging people and supporting people and helping people to respond, whether it be because they don't have online access, they need help with a language component, or just need somebody to help navigate and walk them through that process. In a minute, I'll talk a little bit about our mobile questionnaire assistance program. But know also that the other area of low response in the county is in the downtown, the city of Eau Claire downtown area, as well as the Randall Park neighborhood. So that particular area is housing a lot of our students, and because of the many students going home as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've experienced a lot of additional challenges with ensuring that we count our student population. So we have worked a lot with the university partners, UW Eau Claire Office of Multicultural Affairs, to continue to do outreach to students. The Census Bureau has also implemented a new method for counting students who have not self-responded by using the university data to upload that data through an electronic response submission. So again, these are all sort of in response to those challenges that we've faced because so many students have left. So not only a problem with reaching them because they're not here, but also just challenges in helping them understand where to count themselves so that we count them in the right place. So just know that those things are happening. The next major census operation that we are approaching is the biggest field operation that the Census Bureau conducts, and it's the non-response follow-up operation, also known as NARFU. So that operation is scheduled to begin on August 11th. That is where the Census Bureau deploys hundreds of thousands of census takers to follow up with households that have not responded yet to the census. So beginning on August 11th, and concluding on October 31st, so that is the time frame in which census takers will be following up with all non-responding households. But until we get to that point, there are additional initiatives that the Census Bureau is conducting. Last week, we started what we call our mobile questionnaire assistance operation, which again is an effort to boost and bolster response rates prior to non-response follow-up. So we want to get as many people to self-respond before we deploy census takers to be visiting households. The additional challenge with the mobile questionnaire assistance program is that there are some mandates, some congressional mandates as to where we're able to conduct mobile questionnaire assistance. So we are identifying the lowest responding census tract, the lowest 20% of low responding census tracts across the country. And what that means for us here in Eau Claire is because we've responded so well, our response rates are so high, we don't currently fit within that criteria, and we don't have any census tracts that have been identified or that meet that threshold of being in the lowest 20%. So what we're doing instead is trying to work with our partner organizations and asking them to help us implement a partner-led mobile questionnaire assistance where it may not be a census staff person that is there to assist people in completing their questionnaires at a place or at an event, but utilizing our partner resources and staff to help us do those things. That changes, our rates change daily, so I'm not saying that it's impossible that a census tract in Eau Claire County would be identified as an MQA or mobile questionnaire assistance location, but presently it is not. So again, we're going to try to get creative and think of ways, working with partners and through collaborative efforts, that we can offer a similar type of support in helping people complete their census. One such example of that is the Eau Claire City County Complete Count Committee is hosting this Friday a virtual census party. So kind of incentivizing, offering a fun way, a supportive way for people to hop online to a virtual event, do some census trivia, be entered for drawings, for gift cards for local businesses, and to be able to provide some assistance to people in completing their census. So that is happening this Friday. That is being hosted by the Black and Brown Women Power Coalition with some supporting and participating organizations, including the City of Eau Claire, the City of Altoona, Power Up Eau Claire, UW Office of Multicultural Affairs, JONA, the Eau Claire Area Hmong Mutual Assistance Agency, El Centro, and the Eau Claire Public Library. So it's a really nice collaborative effort to engage people and offer some incentives in a fun way to encourage people to respond. So those are just some examples of things that are happening as we kind of work within the COVID environment and still trying to find ways to support people and offer some assistance. That virtual event will also include Hmong translation and Spanish translation so that we can make sure that we are providing language support for those members of our community that may need that assistance. So that really concludes the report that I have for you tonight, but I'd be happy to take any questions that anyone has related to the response rates or census operational timeline.
Supervisor DeLuca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you are collecting data, are you asking people whether the reason why they did not go online is because of the lack of access or broadband in their area? Are you collecting any of that data?
That data is not collected through the decennial census questionnaire, but we do have various other surveys and data collection efforts that do ask those types of questions. So for example, I'm blanking on the name right now, but we do have other ongoing surveys and random sampling that happens where we do I'm so sorry, I'm just mind blanking right now the name of our community survey, but through various other tools, we do collect that data, but it is not asked, is not a question that's asked on the decennial census questionnaire.
The reason why I'm asking is because of there's like a broadband survey and kind of looking for information. I was wondering if that data could be shared with that group.
So again, that is data that the Census Bureau would collect, not through this survey. If that's something that you would like to explore more, you're welcome to contact me. I'm not sure if my contact information has been shared with this group, but I would be happy to send that to Samantha to send that out to all of you.
Thank you.
We'll refer that to our broadband committee. Supervisor McKinney, followed by Supervisor Coffey.
Thank you, Rachel. Just a couple questions. Do they compare response rate to the last census and where they were at this time of year?
They do. They do. If you utilize, and I think I included a link to that self-response mapper that I mentioned in that document. There's a link to that. You can also access the mapper by going to 2020census.gov. Yep, I did see. If you scroll back up to, at the bottom of that data table, if you follow that link, you can see the mapper.
Okay.
And when you click on, when you hover over a county, for example, or over a census tract, you will see the 2010 self-response rate. So you can see comparison data and using that tool.
And would they really go door to door now with the pandemic?
Yeah, that's a great question. So as you can imagine, we have had to modify all of our field operations, but we have been instructed And again, the census is a constitutional mandate, so we have to continue with this mandate of counting the country's population. So we are doing so under this discretion of public health. We are utilizing and following all of the CDC guidelines. Census takers that go door to door will be required to wear masks, wear gloves, follow social distancing guidelines. So they will be, the protocols are tight, but they will be going door to door August 11th. Yes. But again, it's just an additional reason why we are encouraging, why it's so important to encourage people to self-respond, because it will minimize that workload of non-response follow-up, and fewer census takers will be deployed and fewer households will be visited by someone.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Coffey. You're muted, Supervisor Coffey.
Thank you. I'm very pleased that we're doing so well. My question, Rachel, has to do with students. So if I had a college student in my home and they were going to, let's say, University of Minnesota, then where should they be filling out, or where should they be counted? I was unclear about that.
Good question. So students are still being instructed to count themselves where they would have been on August 1st had they not gone home. So they will count themselves at their school address, wherever they were living at that time and wherever they would have been. So our university partners, including UW-Eau Claire, all of our UW schools have been provided with that guidance and that instruction, and they've been helping us communicate that to students via email blasts, social media posts. I know for UW-Eau Claire, the Dean of Students had sent out emails to both on and off campus students, just to make sure that everyone understood where it is they were being counted and if they were responsible for counting themselves as an off-campus student, or whether they were being included in the group quarters count as an on-campus student, someone living on campus. So we really relied on our university partners to help us communicate that to students. But yes, they should count themselves where they would have been on April 1st had they not left the campus.
April 1st. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rachel. I see no other questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next report is an update from Finance Director Kirk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Just a couple of words of prelude. So one of the components of the 2021 budget process really is to involve the entire board more in the budget process. And that starts with this initial submission from departments. So the intent of the presentation this evening is really to inform the board of the starting point for the more detailed budget review discussions with the committees based on the initial submission from all the departments, to provide to you some of the initial budget assumptions, as well as some of the risks that are included in this initial submission. So Samantha, if you could bring up the first page.
You do have the power to share. Would you prefer that I do that?
No, yeah, I'd actually prefer if you just do it.
Okay.
My internet connection has been a little spotty, so.
Sure. Let me just change my rollback. Hang on.
So if we could go to the PowerPoint, yeah, and the budget key assumptions, the next page. Okay, so here are the key assumptions I wanted to make ensure and highlight. So what's included in the numbers right now, there is not a cost of living increase, but there is a July 2021 step increase included. What's also included is a placeholder for health insurance, a rate increase of 13.5%. You'll see that's still an active element in the next steps to continue to look at, but for now we have included in that's was the preliminary rate provided by our healthcare provider. Sales tax revenue, sales tax continues to be really unpredictable, to be quite honest. And we've talked about that, I think, many times. But what I've assumed in this budget, at least, initial pass, is the sales tax revenue to be equal to 750,000 less than what was in the 2020 adopted budget. That puts it at about 10.1 million, which is fairly consistent with what we had in 2018. So it would be like stepping back into what we would have had about in 2018. I've assumed the net new construction to be 1.7% versus 1.9% in 2020. That equates to about $38,000. It's not a big number, but if you look at what the value of new construction was for 2019, it actually came in less than what it was in 2018. So I do expect that there'll be some drop, but quite honestly, it doesn't have quite the magnitude of impact on the budget.
Excuse me, Norb.
Yes.
I have a request to speak from Supervisor Wilkie. I'm assuming it's to one of the specific points here.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, let's wait a second until he gets down to vacant positions currently frozen.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I've assumed no reduction in state shared revenue from the 2020 amount. I can tell you that having had discussions with some of my peers in other counties, some of those peers are assuming there's going to be a reduction in the state shared revenue based on the shortfall that the state is projecting. The WCA's guidance is to keep it flat. So for this point, I've kept it flat. The vacant positions that were currently froze remain unfunded for 2021. Now there could be a couple in one department that I just heard about today that may have gotten into the first pass. I'm not sure, but in general, I would say that is a component of how at least some departments were able to meet the ask of the reduction in year-to-year levy request was by continuing to not fund those vacant positions that are currently frozen in 2020 to keep those unfunded for 2021.
Supervisor Wilkie.
Yes. Well, first, as a point of information for the rest of the board, and maybe this only ended up applying to me, I had a misunderstanding from my standpoint when we approved the task force committee. I was under the understanding that the role of the task force would be to look at all vacant positions, and as positions became vacant, and then bring forward to the board if they thought some action needed to be doing. In fact, that's not the case. I was under a misunderstanding. It was just a list that that was provided in our packets of positions that were frozen. Those are not all of the positions that were vacant. So if anybody else had my misunderstanding, I wish the task force was also doing that. I understand the administrator does review anytime there's a vacant position, but our task force does not review all vacant positions. So if anybody else had my error, you can stand corrected. The chair helped me sort that out through communications with the chair. But like I said, I wish the task force did have that role. My question to you, Norb, is any other directives that were given to the department prior to them submitting their initial budget requests, like make it at a certain lower percentage or anything like that? Was there directives of any kind before they submitted their initial first round?
Yeah, the ask that went out to departments was to come in at 5% less levy than what was in the previous year. That was the ask. You'll see by the numbers when we kind of go through it, at least at a high level, and you've got all the data in front of you by department level, to see that that was not the case. Not all departments were able to meet that ask. And then you did have a handful of some departments that actually exceeded that ask. You have a few departments that actually did more, and some that couldn't meet it.
Yeah, okay. That puzzled me initially when I looked at it, because I thought there was an ask of that 5%. And understandably, some came in even lower than that. Great for them. That must have been real challenging. Others came in right at the 5%. Some came in at last year's budget. Some came enormously over. But okay. But this is the first round.
Yeah, again, I would.
Meyer?
Supervisor Pagonis. Supervisor Pagonis, you have your hand up?
I do. On this chart, I just wanted to point out that there are a couple of departments that are revenue generating. 3 departments are revenue generating. So it looks like they are increasing their levy, but in fact, they, in one case, they anticipate bringing in less dollars that would normally flow to the general fund. And in 2 cases, there's a slight increase. So in terms of trying to understand some of the numbers on this page, keep in mind that there are certain departments that receive levy and certain departments that contribute to the general fund.
Thank you. I think I heard another voice coming in a moment ago.
Yes, Chair Smyer, this is Catherine.
Administrator Shaw.
Thank you. One of the things, and I think Norb said this initially, is that when we put out our guidance and asked our department heads, we have been in continual conversations regarding what our budget will look like and how we as a county government will be responding, not only in 2020, but also in 2021. To some of the points that are out here, typically, in the past, we have not brought this information to the board. We bring it to you so that you have an understanding of some of these starting points of where our discussions are going and some of the things that we're looking at as we move into this budget. I would encourage everyone to understand that the budget itself, even though, and I thank you for your question, Supervisor Wilkie, because even though we start with that guidance of we need to really be looking at this from the scrutiny of how much we can reduce. I think that one of the things that we know is that a simple across the board % increase or decrease is typically not necessarily responsive to the community we serve. And so we give that as guidance, and I met with a number of the departments that came ahead of time and said that they were having difficulty meeting some of those targets. I am quite certain that we will have good discussion when we get to our committee and oversight committee level about the reasons for some of that and some of the background in terms of where those numbers are falling, and the board will be asked to opine on the policy direction for those areas. So anticipating some good dialogue.
Thank you. Supervisor Pagonis, your hand is still up?
Up again.
Yes.
It's the second time. Just in response to Administrator Schauf, during her tenure, what she said is correct. However, before this, historically, there have always been these presentations to the county board, usually starting in July, and they were often the finance director in conjunction with the chair of finance and budget, and there would be joint presentations. Of course, this is when we were all meeting together. So it's correct. Well, during Administrator Schauf's tenure, this has not been presented, but historically, this information has been presented.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Kirk.
Okay, just a couple more things to note in the key assumptions. The last one listed on this page, it does assume that the court's activity will resume to the 2020 budget levels for all of 2021. Clearly, that's running behind in 2020. The last one that was not included, but I want to make sure the board is aware, is we have been talking some time about how there are things that we have been historically borrowing for that should be part of operations. One of those things is laptops and desktops. We did move that away from borrowing in the 2021 budget and moved it out to the departments. And so that is included in this budget as well. So it's the first step in moving some of those things back to where they really should be, which is funded by operations. So moving on to the next sheet, Supervisor Pagonis pointed out a couple things. Really wasn't intending to get into a lot of discussion really. This was really more about providing some, again, starting point of conversation. The most important thing to me was based on what I just outlined in terms of some of the revenue assumptions from a levy perspective, we are short about $1.6 million from a starting point. Now, the 2 years I've been here, the two budget processes I've been through prior to this, we started off at a number greater than 1.6 million. So while it sounds like a big number, it is smaller number than we have started off on the last couple of years. Again, a component of that is the sales tax reduction. So that's one we will have to certainly continue to monitor. So this chart is intended to provide, again, some initial starting point, some reference, and to be able to have the board members keep this in mind as you're in discussions with your committees about not only your committees, but how that would fit into the entire budget process for the entire county.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Supervisor Wilkie. I see your hand.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to get in one other question in before Norb got too far along on the revenues here, back to the projection first attempt by departments. I'm wondering in the court's budget, did they include or assume that in fact we will have the sixth court, which will add to our operating expenses? Is that included in their projection?
I can't answer that for sure. I do not think it is.
Okay,
I can speak to that. This is Catherine again. Jerry, Supervisor Wilkie, we are not slated to have the sixth courtroom operational until 2022. So
okay, you're
that
right.
would not be included in the projection.
Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, thank you.
What I did want to point out, which is in that other bullet, is right now the court revenue for 2021 is equal to the budget number that we started with for 2020. So it's assuming we would go back to what we had budgeted for in 2020 and resume back to that same level of activity. And obviously we haven't seen that yet in 20, but just wanted to point out that, and we'll talk about that again in terms of the risks as well. But so again, I wasn't intending to cover any specific area. I did want to point out, and Supervisor Pagonis did this, that there are a couple departments where you have to be a little cautious when you're looking at the numbers because they're a little reversed, if you will, because they actually give back to the levy as opposed to consume levy. So.
Go ahead.
So I didn't have anything else on this unless there were any other questions on this chart.
I see no hands raised. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Supervisor Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Norb, I had a question regarding some of the projects currently and how the COVID might be affecting some of the projects. I remember from last year's budget, the lighting project, we thought that would be a quick save of, as I recall, about $200,000. How is that project coming along and has it been impacted?
Yeah, that project continues to move on. It was an expansion. It started off with the jail and it was expanding to be the rest of the courthouse. The facilities director is still driving that project. It's not complete. And he is assuming continued reductions in facility costs, which is baked into his 2021 budget. I can't unfortunately tell you exactly how much that is, but there is cost savings built into his budget for next year.
Good. I know that over at the Ag Center, they have a whole bunch of boxes that have, it's all part of the lighting project. So I was just kind of curious how that was coming. But also with our sustainability issue, how we wish to become sustainable energy by, what is it, 2050? How is that going to be affected by the budget? Do you think we might need to have some revision in some of those plans?
To tell you the truth, I don't know that level of detail in the P&D budget right now. I thought they still had to complete the study. So I think we're in the early phases of that. So I unfortunately can't give you an update on that other than I don't believe the study has been complete yet.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Norb.
Okay, Samantha, if you can move to the next page. I just wanted to highlight what I consider some of the budget risks. First and foremost, again, sales tax. You know, we really are having a tough time trying to understand the impact of COVID on the sales tax collections. And it really is uncertain. We just recently got some sales tax collection numbers. They were better than we thought. They were better for the entire state than what people were thinking. So I think at this point, it remains to be seen as to what exactly that impact is going to be. So it's obviously tough to see what we should think about in terms of risk. But at this point, I wanted to at least make everyone aware at least what the original budget assumption is, and we'll continue to discuss that and decide whether we need to change that during the process. One that is kind of key, I want to make sure to point out, we are assuming that the current state aids and funding for program levels will continue. I didn't hear anyone of the departments point out that they were assuming less state aid and funding. Clearly, the state has predicted a sizable shortfall in revenue. It's not really clear how that shortfall in revenue will or won't impact any of the 2021 funding for programs that we receive from the state. So right now, I'm not aware of anyone that's assuming anything different. I mentioned the shared revenue piece earlier, but from a department perspective, no one has said that. So I think that is something we have to continue to certainly be cognizant of and watch. And then last, again, the court's activity may not return to that pre-COVID level for all of 2021. Maybe it will for some portion of 2021, but right now it would be assuming kind of for all of 2021. So what are the next steps? So I did want to say, I know there's a budget process resolution that will be considered tonight. My perspective, regardless of the budget resolution, whether it passes or don't, we've got a process in place. We'll continue to evaluate the health insurance options. We're doing that right now with our healthcare consultant, trying to see what options that we can have that might involve plan changes. We just have to look at what levers we have that we could hope to reduce that. We have to complete the collective bargaining agreement. We're early in that process of gathering information. So that may or may not have an impact on the budget as we move through that. Departments should start now having discussions with their oversight committees and those joint budget review meetings. I believe all of them have been scheduled with the exception of Human Services, which I believe has yet to be scheduled. I think all other committees, those meetings are scheduled. And so obviously we're going to have to address as part of those discussions and collectively the $1.6 million shortfall. The administrator and myself still have to meet with the city, but we do that to review the health department and communications center budget. That's a normal process. We have that scheduled. That's, I believe, in kind of mid-August. And then lastly, the administrator will be delivering, recommended budget to the board by October 1st. I'll pause there. That is the end of my presentation. If there's any other questions.
Chair, I'm trying to raise my hand.
Oh, sorry, Supervisor Wilkie. You're not doing a good job, but
It's Beckfield, actually, I think.
oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Beckfield.
Yes, we are taking on the collective bargaining, but that point that we talked about with the healthcare is not a pretty picture. Our worst case scenario, which may be looking us square in the eye, is a 13% increase over prior year. So it's not a small number, and I don't want to just glaze it over. It'll be interesting to see how M4 comes back or M3 with that proposal, but I don't see a lot of light at the end of that tunnel.
I would tend to agree. I think we unfortunately don't have a lot of options necessarily, and at this point, assuming that 13.5% increase, I think is the appropriate thing to do.
Thank you. I see no other questions. Thank you for your report, Director Kirk.
You're welcome.
The next item is an update from the Department of Human Services on current finances. Director Cable.
Good evening, everyone. I am going to attempt to share. Thank you, Samantha. There we go. Is everyone able to see the PowerPoint slide? I'm assuming that's a yes because I didn't hear no.
Yes, I can see it.
Thank you. And you can hear me because Samantha responded. Thank you very much. So I'm here this evening to briefly give a high-level overview of human services. This overview is to understand kind of from a historical perspective, the department, our change of directions that have occurred, and our current state. So as many of you know, Human Services, Eau Claire County Human Services became a department in 1983, and that our responsibilities as a department are statutorily set to meet the provisions for individuals around mental health and social needs of individuals and families. Why isn't this moving? Organizationally, when the department became a human services department, the structure remained as a social services structure, and most of the 51 mental health type services were then contracted out, and substance abuse services to the community, with the exception of the community support program. Oops, sorry about that. So I want to review some of the decisions and events that occurred over the years that got us to where we are. As I said, in 1983, the department became a human services department by name. The Center of Care closed. And throughout this time, the community responded to the mental health and substance abuse issues. When the community wasn't able to, the county was required to be the responder. Family care came into place, which changed who provided services to adults and shifted those department revenues. Increasingly, the population we served became more acute with decreasing resources, which led to a reliance upon placing individuals as a resource. In the community, we know that in 1991, Uniroyal closed. There was increased needs and an emerging meth and opioid epidemic. In our community, community providers' expenses increased. Human Services continued to contract to help support providers to be able to continue to provide those mental health and substance abuse services, but also needed to begin to reduce those contracts for budgetary reasons. The community was able to choose not to provide services when they were not able to. And over time, increased waits for behavioral health services increased from anywhere from 3 to 6 months for mental health and psychiatry services. Again, we also note that in 2014, we could see that 60% of child welfare cases, they were more complex, and 60% had drug or meth related, were related to drug or meth. In 2016, I became the director at Human Services. We also saw stress on our legal resources, which slowed our processes to help youth and children to achieve permanency. We also saw that in 2019, 83% of our child welfare cases had involvement with meth or drug abuse, which is a 28% increase from 2014. And during this time, our tax levy remained fairly static. We also note that over this time, with the changes occurring in this area of the Chippewa Valley, that through the Wisconsin Poverty Institute, noting that this area had the second highest poverty rate in the state. So who has Human Services been serving? What do those numbers kind of look like? Our population in 2005, as you know, was around 94,000. We served about 10% of that population. In 2015, our population was about 104,000, and we served about 16% of that population. I'm sorry, reading the wrong number. In 2015, our population was about 101,000, serving about 14% of that population. And in 2019, our population at about 104,000, serving about 16% of the population. So over the past several years, we certainly are seeing an increase in population in the area, an increase for need of services at the same time. Oh. Go. And then at the same time, in those same years, the tax levy for the department has remained pretty much stay the same with a bit of variable. 2005, 8.4 million. In 2015, a little over 7.7 million. And for this year, 2020, a little more than 8.8 million. The asterisk notes that this now includes the tax levy from when juvenile detention was integrated with Human Services. And when we integrated, when JDC integrated with Human Services, the tax levy that came with that was about $540-some thousand. So as we noted, we are seeing rising costs for providers, the department having to cut resources, a meth and drug epidemic. And we came to you, the board and several other committees, and said we had an urgent need for system change. And so we focused and shifted our focus of operations. And in 2016, we initiated, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, in 2016, we initiated the development of internal services and revenues to help support services. We created a behavioral health division and became certified with the Comprehensive Community Services Program, CCS. In 2017, we continued to work on building and enhancing that mental health recovery services program, CCS. And in 2018, we expanded our behavioral health programs internally, became certified with outpatient services, enhanced our crisis services, enhanced collaboration with law enforcement and our jail services with our jail community reentry program. 2019, then we initiated intensive permanency services, reduction and a focus on reduction of placements, and our outpatient clinic became certified with as a substance abuse provider. Oops. Oh, we got to go back here. Well, that's a problem. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So our structure then kind of reflects that as having myself as the director. We have currently a deputy director. If you don't know Tom Worth, our deputy director is retiring in September, and we will be holding that position open. We have the divisions of Behavioral Health Division, Family Services Division, Economic Support Services, and then our Fiscal Services area. And we implemented this structure to be able to help support our overall operations. So as we know, it's incredibly important that we pay attention to our areas of very high risk, which we have been doing, those being in the areas of adult placements, child and youth placements, and hospitalizations. We've implemented strategies and processes to monitor these areas and intervene early to affect the impact and mitigate and improve outcomes for those we serve, and to also affect and manage cost. So what you'll see here is from 2009 over the year.
That's interruption from some other.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Who is that?
This is weather radio station WXJ, serving west central Wisconsin.
Chair Smyer, I think the majority of Eau Claire County is now in a tornado warning. What would you like to do at this time?
Well,
Mr. Chair?
who's asking to speak? Let's get together here. I think it Supervisor Bates, were you trying to speak?
No.
No. Supervisor.
Samantha, we have a tornado warning. I know I've been going to my basement as Diane Cable was speaking. So.
Oh, thank you. That's noise.
They're saying it's somewhere a little between Halley and Eau Claire.
Okay.
We just saw that it's by the airport.
Supervisors take cover as you can. I happen to be in my basement already. Allow a couple moments while we do this. I think you can go ahead now, Director Cable.
Okay. So I'm not in my basement, but I think I'm okay. So
Desk you can crawl under.
There we go. Yes. Yeah. So we note that in these high risk areas, looking at over the course of 2019, adult residential in the start of placements in the start of January being really very high, and throughout the year we were able to mitigate and respond and help reduce those level of placements, which did affect the costs in that area. Mendota and Winnebago hospitalizations is a volatile area. This is an area that has a lot of variability, and we are implementing strategies to help respond earlier. But this is an area that when someone is needing that level of acute care, it is assessed that that's where they need to be. In the children out of alternate care, on your left-hand side of that page, you can see that that includes all the totality of care. The right side graph breaks it up into the different types of care. And what this graph shows is that, again, over the course of the year in 2019, we started pretty high with a number of children and youth in placements, and have really been able to work with families and individuals to be able to bring children to permanency and lower levels of care.
Excuse me, Director
Yes.
Kate. I have a request to speak from Supervisor DeLuca.
Yes.
Supervisor DeLuca. You're muted. Supervisor DeLuca.
She is up by the airport.
Well, that could explain that. I'm going to ask you to go ahead, Abel, and Supervisor.
Chair Smyer?
Yes.
This is Jim Dunning. I just had the TV on. It appears to be following Highway 29 to the east.
Okay.
So, and it's at 90th Street and 29th. So it's on the northwest corner of town.
Northwest corner or northeast corner?
Northwest. It's heading toward the airport.
Okay. I will assume that Supervisor DeLuca has taken shelter.
Is there a need to take a half-hour break while it goes?
I would, Supervisor Bates speaking, I'm wondering too, for those of us who have other family members who live in that area, a little time to check and see if they have been aware of this.
I will suggest a 15-minute break, reconvening at 8:45.
Okay.
We are on break until 8:45.
Sudden, I can't hear, Chair Smyer.
Sorry. I said we're on a break until 8:45. Supervisor Leary?
Thank you, Chair Smyer.
Okay.
Channel 13 has got a nice picture of the skyline with the a semblance of a tornado showing. So.
You know, it's wonderful to have good neighbors.
Yes.
My next door neighbor just called to be sure I was aware of the warning, wondered if I was in my lower level, and reminded me my garage door was still open.
That's really good.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
This is Diane, right?
The more society spent on
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you, this is an absolutely excellent way to present this material.
Good. Good.
Mm.
We have about 10 more minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the tornado touched down north of 29 and is going towards Chippewa.
Could you be a little more precise?
Around 29 and 90th.
South side of Chippewa?
I think that's about in the Lake Hallie area.
East.
Well, it'd be way north of, well, it'd be way north of there.
Oh. Oh, we can see the dark clouds.
There was just north of the airport a few minutes ago, but it was not on the ground. There was no funnel.
Does it touch ground anywhere?
It did touch ground farther west.
Oh.
They're saying it's kind of following Highway 29.
Correct.
Okay.
I have a son who lives in a mobile home at Villa Diane, which is east of the airport.
So you're number one. Let's see. I've been on county board now for a global pandemic and now a tornado warning.
See what you caused?
I know. Must be. I'm just. Yeah.
Well, one time we had a tornado warning years ago and we were up on the third or second floor. And I remember they had us go into the inner corridor, but we didn't have to go to the basement. But that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I remember when we had the straight wind and the bicycle in my driveway was standing upright in the driveway. My neighbor had the center beam of their living room open ceiling torn out and put through the garage ceiling of his neighbor next door. Not fun.
6 more minutes to tell scary stories. And I'm going to shut it down.
We're missing the campfire.
Oh, don't talk about fire yet. Especially you, Supervisor Roberts.
I was in the basement conference room when that transformer exploded on the other side of the wall.
Oh
my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
I guess we're all looking for good luck. I called Jeff and he said he's okay. His mobile home is sort of up against a hill on the very lower part of the slope. So worry.
There's a very red sunset that I can see.
Yeah. So too.
These clouds are quite low. You can see the setting sun reflected on the upper clouds.
Yeah.
Have we heard from Heather?
Heather DeLuca?
Yes.
No, not yet. I think she's still connected. Maybe not. I think we lost her here. I think Supervisor DeLuca is not online. Two more minutes.
Yeah, TV 13 just said that you don't have to worry about it in Eau Claire now. It's already passed and it's north of 29.
Out of the county?
No, well, out of Eau Claire County.
Oh, that's what I meant. So it's over in Clark, probably.
Well, I don't know if it's that far yet, but.
Oh.
So Chairman Smyer, what you're saying is that I probably shouldn't talk about a plague of locusts or anything like that then too.
That's right. I think it caused these things. Never could be worse because you'll make it worse.
Kind.
One more minute.
Yes, this is Heather. Oh, are you okay? Okay, because I think you dropped off the call. And,
Well, Supervisor DeLuca is back there.
okay. Yeah.
We lost a lot of video, though.
Right. Yeah. I know. I think it's people are reporting on the call that we're out of the woods. I guess for Eau Claire anyway. So, and I think we took a break till 8:45.
We're just
So
about.
start in 10 minutes, so. Glad to hear you're okay.
This is Janet. And the only ones I'm not seeing on that were initially on is I'm not seeing Jansen right now and I'm not seeing Schneider. And Henning did come on later in the meeting, so all 29 were present, but I'm not seeing Jansen or Schneider at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
But it is
Supervisor Schneider is on, however, she's muted.
Yeah,
Catherine is currently the host. You'll need to unmute her, call her 4 unless she changed.
It is now 8:45. It's back into session again. So, Dr. Cable, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So I'm going to pick up from talking about the slide that I have up on risk area regarding children in alternate care. As I said, the slide on the left really reflects all of the types of care, and the slide on the right breaks that up: foster care, treatment foster care, group home, and RCCs. You can see that in the start of January, the placements were pretty high of 2019, and throughout the year trended and decreased throughout the year. So our current state. Our current state, I'm going to talk about the financial status through April, our 2020 financial projection, outcomes, impact of COVID, and our response to manage our budget, within budget. So as you can see from this slide here, that this is a comparison at a point in time in April, which is when we are through with our financials at this time in reporting. The blue on the left side of your screen, the blue bar shows 2017, the orange 2018, the gray 2019, the yellow 2020. And so we are significantly doing better this year at this point in time in April. Right now, we are, from an expenditure perspective, operating within budget in our totality of our program area. Our revenues are lagging at this time. And looking at those risk areas and adult placements, looking at them from what does it look like for this year in comparison to prior years. Again, our adult placements, we're still holding better than where we were certainly last year at this in the first quarter, but not quite as well as in 2018. Our hospitalizations continue, and this chart shows that continue to be up and down and to be volatile. Our first quarter this year has similarities to last year. In the children youth placements area, through our first quarter of this year, we continue to have that reduction of placements in comparison to prior year first quarters. So we also need to talk about a little bit is how is COVID impacting our operations, and what is some points that kind of that we see. So we have about 80% of our staff who are working remotely and providing all the services, both face-to-face with protective gear, equipment, and in virtual ways. Our staff are being able to still reunify children from all levels of placements. They have been able to engage and create therapeutic relationships to prevent placements and provide treatment to individuals and families. Have helped individuals find safe homes and safe living arrangements, connected them to economic support needs, all within this time of COVID, which has presented not only for us all personally challenges, but certainly in that delivery of services where our services are very relational. Our work is done many times through WebEx and virtual meetings. We've been very grateful for the work in connection with our IS department in helping us with that. Our department door is still locked, closed, but we hold meetings with families and individuals by appointments when we are not able to meet with them in the community. And during this time, we are recognizing that our revenues are impacted during this time. In our juvenile detention center, we've had to really watch how many youth that we bring into the facility to be able to create a safe environment, which does mean that sometimes when other counties have wanted to place youth there, we've not always been able to do that. So our steps for managing within our budget, it has been through our staff, our operations, through revenues, and through expenditures. Through our staff and operations, we have are looking towards voluntary furloughs to assist in addition to the potentially mandatory furloughs by the county. We are holding several positions vacant, and we've laid 2 staff off. We are always assessing our staffing situation in every program area. In our revenue areas, we've increased how we've been staffing through staffing efficiencies within the juvenile detention area, and we are exploring and implementing ways in which we could open up crisis stabilization to other counties to be able to help respond to generate some revenue through that service. We are, through our expenditures, managing risk through early interventions and are working to achieve permanency for a number of children and youth through our termination of parental rights cases. So as a summary, we've recognized our need for system change. We have, over the years, worked towards that and continue to do that to respond to our ever-changing needs, both from our community, which is growing in population and need, and also our fiscal needs. We have implementing that system change and responding to the financial challenges and community needs with that. I asked our management team today, I told them that I was going to be presenting to you, and I said, what would be important to you for me to be sharing with the county board? And what they said was important to them is that you heard what incredible staff we have within Human Services who are very dedicated and working very hard. And working very hard, that isn't new. What's new is COVID and having to work under the conditions that are occurring. These are essential workers that are being exposed in many ways, sometimes to individuals who and putting themselves at risk. They also are worried about being able to keep up with staff morale and maintaining staff during this time where we are facing financial challenges. And they know that as staff are managing personally the impacts of COVID through childcare needs and other personal needs. They also recognize that all of this is impacting our citizens, and our managers are concerned of being able to maintain a system to be able to respond to our community. So with that, I would open up for any questions.
I see no hands raised.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Supervisor Wilkie, I'll come back to you in a moment. Supervisor Wilkie, you're muted.
Sorry. And a couple things that I was wondering about. I think the last time you spoke to us, or one of the times you spoke to us, you expressed that you were exploring and going to work with the insurance companies so that we could get reimbursement for the services. You ran into some snags there, but you were hopeful that you could get over those. Have we been able to get over those, and are we now receiving reimbursement from all insurance carriers?
So that's a really good question. We are certified with many of our insurance providers. I can't tell you exactly the number and who all of them are, and we are working on gaining certification with the rest. We're in active conversation with anybody who is a provider who we are not a certified with, and are working also with our state partners to make sure that that process does occur.
So your intent is that the process will happen. There's no barrier
Yes.
there, what we're doing or not doing, that they won't certify us. You're just having to go through all the red tape, but haven't succeeded entirely
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah,
Am I
there's a
paraphrasing correctly?
yeah, there's a number of steps that you have to go through in that process.
Okay. Okay. Keep us apprised of that. I think that's an important factor that hopefully the time will come. You'll tell us you got all the insurance companies' blessing and are certified. My second question, well, first of all, I must say I was hoping there'd be a little bit more financial data presented. Now, that's not to say what you presented was not very valuable. For some, it was a refresher course. For other supervisors, it might be new stuff. So no harm by that. It was good stuff, but I had hoped for a little bit more update on the current finances. I did check online, your last report being April. Unfortunately, we haven't got May or June yet. You're running at $211,000 deficit. And as you pointed out on your one graph that did have finances related to it, comparing that to last year, it's extraordinarily better. Well, of course, it's going to be extraordinarily better. Most anything's going to be better than a $3 million deficit. However, that said, if you remain at that level, you're going to hit, not counting the virus, okay, coronavirus, that'll make it worse. But your deficit you're running now, you're going to hit at a half or $750,000 over budget. You did say that the one thing I did hear you say an action was happening is you're asking for voluntary furlough in addition to what the county has already put in place. I'm wondering, my question specifically is, and I know that your services are mandated. 98% of what the county does in all departments is mandated. But have you cut or decreased any level of delivery of services in the Human Services Department? And if so, what services do you have to back off a little, that you can't do it as intensely as you wanted to?
So I think that I'm going to answer this in a broad way. That we are looking for opportunities to be able to enhance revenues, such as when I talked about our crisis stabilization, to be able to garner revenues that in areas that we know there is a need. We are also assessing how we respond. So the more that we can respond for some of our services that we would have been contracting out for and having those provided internally, we have been doing that more. So for example, therapy services, some of our family interaction services. So shifting to what can we be providing in that new way. Our treatment court services are now all being provided for the most part internally. So that's a major shift that is occurring.
Okay, if I heard you correctly, Diane, you're telling me, yes, you're going to continue the efforts like the insurance or whatever to enhance revenues. And secondly, you're looking at processes that if you can do them better and deliver the service more efficiently, great. But my question really went to, have you lowered the level of service provided to our clients? Because my feeling is we do best practice and then some.
Well, I think we have staff who work really, really hard. I think we also want to be mindful that we don't today make decisions that will significantly burden us in the future.
Sir, is it fair for me to say that services have not been lowered?
No, I would say staff are, we've become better at how we provide our services. We're not over providing our services in any way.
Okay, services haven't been lowered but you're trying to save money by delivering it more efficiently and better.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Pagolis, followed by Supervisor Maury, followed by Supervisor Stelzis. Supervisor Pagolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Cable, I have a couple of questions. I've asked you this before and I've never fully understood it. From 2018 to 2019, you decreased your levy in Program 1, Child Protection, by $400,000. And from 2019 to 2020, you decreased in Program 1 by $544,000. And that $1 million decrease was almost exactly what you were over with out-of-home placements. So I continue to be confused. Slide number 10, and what you showed us, stated that child welfare cases are, number one, much more complex, and number two, have increased by 28% in the last 5 years. So explain to me the logic behind decreasing your levy usage, and actually it was overall decrease in the budget, because in I think 2020 you are predicting that you would get more in from the state, and I think you're saying your revenues are behind. So that's question number one. I have another follow-up question.
Well, so you asked a lot in your comments, but I want to clarify first that I didn't indicate, this document on page 10 says that the percent of meth-related cases, not the percent of cases.
I'm sorry, it said 28% increase since 2014.
Correct, of the cases that are related to meth, not necessarily a 28% increase of cases.
Oh, I misunderstood. So
Yes.
what is the number of cases from 2014 to current? How has that changed?
I don't have that figure with me right at this moment.
Okay. So can you still just explain the logic of reducing funding in that area when the cases are more complex and may or may not be more of them?
So without having the document, I will say, and I apologize, I don't have that exact document in front of me right now, but we didn't reduce necessarily the programmatic area. We added in 2018 or 19, shifted funding to staff to have more staff there to be providing services.
That's not what's reflected in your budget. Your budget shows that you've decreased your levy dollars, but and I believe you would move them into Program 2, into the outpatient clinic. But I don't know that for sure because I don't have that detail level. I have a follow-up question.
Could I follow up with you? Could I follow up?
Yes, please.
If I respond?
Please do.
Sure, I
Yes.
will do that. Okay.
If you were talking, I missed it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will follow up with a response following with the written response.
Oh, okay. Not now then. All right. I'll look forward to that.
Okay.
All right. On slide number 20, you were talking about out of home. Let me tell you exactly. You were talking, maybe 20 is wrong. I'm not sure. The out of home placements for youth. 24. And you show a decrease in expenditures. And if I recall correctly, Terry Bowl gave a presentation that indicated one of the reasons for the dramatic decrease is because there are either fewer kids in RCCs or no kids in RCCs. Is that what you would attribute this to?
So I would, you must be looking at the one for 2019.
I'm looking at page 24 of your handout.
Okay. So I would attribute it to, there's a both and. So yes, and some kids went to lower placements and some kids
how many youth are we talking about being out of home? In comparison, first quarter year to year.
I would have to double check that exact number.
I'd appreciate hearing that.
Okay, Supervisor Pagonis.
That was Pagonis.
Okay to go on? Supervisor
Yes.
Maury. Supervisor Maury.
Yeah, I just wanted to share a little bit about the challenges facing the workers in the Family Services Unit in regards to the crisis we have in terms of the meth epidemic. The Family Services Supervisor, Terry Bull, shared with us recently at a Human Services Board meeting that just in the period of January through April, so 3 months, 37 children came into care. 25 of those, or 68%, were meth-related cases. Now, meth-related cases are not easy cases, as Diane was saying, they're very complex. There's no medicine-assisted treatment for meth. We have medicine that we can use to take away or reduce the dependency on things like heroin and opioids, but there is no medicine-assisted treatment for meth. And it's a very addictive substance, and it takes a longer period of treatment. Children can't stay in the home if it's been contaminated with meth. I just wanted to share that to show that there's a lot of forces outside the Department of Human Services that are having a major impact on their ability to reduce their alternate care budget, but they're still doing it and doing a great job of it. So I commend them. And that's
Supervisor Stelter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Diane, I wanted to talk about the revenue side, and I noticed in one of your slides, you had a highlight there that revenues were lagging. And so I think several times previously I've asked the question, do we have some kind of a ledger of who owes us what and how long have they owed us that? And I've been reassured that yes, we do have such a ledger, even though it's not on the county's books, that it's kept in some sort of subsidiary ledger, right? So I'm wondering if you can share that with us. I just would be very interested in looking at the trends because it's basically the gap of lagging revenue for services that we have delivered, but for which we have not been reimbursed. And so I'd like to confirm once again that such a ledger exists. And secondly, can you share that with us?
So what I heard you ask is there a so I've heard you ask this differently than I've heard it in the past. And so what I heard you ask, is there a ledger that shows what people owe for services? So the way in which we are funded for a variety of services, some of it is in a variety of ways. Sometimes you have to expend it to be able to receive it. So for some of our grants. So
Right.
for example, right now during COVID, some of our services were put on hold. And so those revenues will eventually catch up because we'll expend them throughout the year. So that's kind of a lag that then occurs with those revenues. In juvenile detention center, we know that there's been a lag of revenues because we had to minimize the number of youth within the facility for a period of time during when we initially started with COVID. We're now reopening up for counties to be able to, when they detain a youth, be able to use the facility. Whereas that, again, caused a lag of revenues for detention center.
Right, but
I'm sorry.
But would it be reasonable to say that for all of those reimbursements, you need to file some sort of a claim or an invoice or some documentation that says that we are owed this money?
It varies upon program in terms of how that is done. Some of it is when the expense occurs, then it's filed with the state. So it's not one place where for all of it that it's kept. It's very specific to the program and operations.
Right. So what I'm interested in is all of the claims that we have filed, whether it be with the state or with some other agency or even an outside insurer, that we have actually filed a claim or submitted some sort of invoice that documents that we are due this money And I'd like to see a ledger of all of those outstanding, at the end of a month or at the end of a quarter, so that we could say at this snapshot in time that we are owed whatever it is, $1 million. Let's just say if it's $1 million, I want to see the detail. Does that consist of 5 invoices or 100 invoices, and how much we owed? Because that would give us a good view as to what the outstanding lag is for the revenues that we expect to receive for services that we've already rendered. So, is there such a list as that?
So it isn't necessarily a list, but we'll provide you a summary with regard to the revenues in terms of how they are, what we have expended and where we have seen a shortfall with those revenues.
Well, doesn't someone keep track of what we are owed but have not been collected yet?
Yes.
Okay, could I see? That's what I want to see. So who has a list of what we are owed but that we have not collected?
So
I'd like to see, does it take, once we've filed a legitimate claim, does it take 10 days or 100 days or 200 days to collect that money? What is the aging? If you were a business, it would be an account receivable, but I understand that this is slightly different. But that's what I'm after, is our account receivable ledger.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can you provide that?
We will provide you with a response. Yeah.
Schneider.
You're looking for what? I'm sorry, for what time frame are you looking for?
A snapshot in time. If I was going to take the end of June and the end of July, the end of August, how much we owed, by whom, and how long have we been waiting to collect that once we've filed a legitimate claim?
Okay. Supervisor Snyder, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, I had a question. During this pandemic, when more kids are home, are you receiving more abuse reports?
Well, initially we weren't, and now they are increasing. So initially we saw a dip in reports, and we're seeing an increase, and we're seeing the types of reports that are coming in are more volatile and are more volatile cases.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Supervisors Maury and Stelzers, would you lower your hands, please? Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a risk and safety update from Sonia Lienhaus, our risk analyst. Sonia, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, County Board. Thank you for letting me have a few minutes of your time. I would like to share some good news in terms of our safety and risk management performance from January of 2019 through the end of June of 2020, and Samantha is going to show some slides. I've been in this position since June 17th of 2019, so a little over a year. And in that time, the first and second quarter of 2019, we had 52 incidents. The third and fourth quarters, we dropped to 35. And in the first and second quarters of 2020, we're down to 32. So we've been able to see a 20 claim decrease in incident reports and work comp claims, which, while it has a positive financial impact, the better side of it is that means we had 20 less injuries that occurred. Samantha, if you'd switch. And in that time, the first and second quarter of 19, our workers' comp costs were around $341,000. In quarters 3 and 4 of 19, it dropped to $46,000. And in the first and second quarter of 2020, it's come down to $31,000. And that is almost a $310,000 decrease in our workers' comp cost. And that is through managing claims cases not needing surgeries. We are not having a lot of lost time accidents. And WMIC, our insurance carrier, has also made a slight decrease to their handling charges, which helps control our costs as well. So things that I've really been focusing on from a risk management standpoint is building trust within the departments and department heads, getting to know people, being visible, talking with employees and touring their departments and learning what they do. One key factor, I believe, is being a one-point contact when it comes to workers' comp and safety. Who do you talk to? In the past, it may have been human resources, Frank Draxler, Jean-Mi Lor, myself. And so now I am the point person. Providing training within the county has gotten me out in front of several departments and allowed me to talk with employees directly, as well as teaching things like ergonomics and some of our compliance topics. We're also meeting our compliance requirements. We were able to get our mine safety training done for the highway department on March 4th and March 10th, right before COVID set in, which means the highway department employees can legally go into the pits to get the supplies that they need for road construction, road repair. And had we not met that, it would have been a real deficit to them. I've got our highway committees going, our highway safety days, and that's been working really well and really comes down to working together. How do we solve our safety concerns, issues, incidents, to give people that sense of the county does care and we want to do things right to keep them safe. Any questions?
Schneider with a question.
Supervisor Schneider.
How does more people working at home, how does that affect workman's comp?
You know, there is a potential effect to that. However, the departments that we saw the injuries in often were not those. For example, DHS has a lot of people working from home, working remotely, and some of the other departments do. Generally, our high dollar and frequency claims are more like Sheriff's Department, Highway, Parks. So it's had some impact, but I can't say that it's a true game changer where it's flip the coin over. But I do believe that people are definitely working safely and working well at home.
Thank you. Supervisor DeLuca.
Hello, I am back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned a lower cost in services in the hospital. Do you believe that was related to that the hospitals were not taking any specific like surgeries because of the COVID epidemic?
Actually, the lower cost has come from our workers' comp management costs through the insurance companies, but we also didn't have any cases that needed surgeries. So we didn't have to delay anything, which is good because that means we didn't have someone off, for example, an extended period of time waiting for surgery. And so I do think COVID has played into it from a hospital standpoint, but not necessarily in the types of injuries we've had in 2020.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised. Thank you, Sonia, for your report.
Thank you.
The next report is on the COVID-19 task force update from Administrator Schaaf. Are you there?
Thank you. Yes. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Very good. So the update that I will give is going to cover a number of different areas and give a very high-level view. The COVID task force meets tomorrow and will discuss many of these same things in greater detail, particularly those around context. Norb Kirk, the finance director, talked a little bit about sales tax. Our sales tax right now at this point early on is coming in strong. That is a good thing for the county. However, we continue to monitor it carefully because as we talk about context and economic context, there are a number of things that we believe are contributing to that strong sales tax that may change in the near future. And what I mean by that, the Paycheck Protection Program, which was offered as a federal stimulus package, in Eau Claire County, we had 235 businesses that actually took advantage of that with loans that exceeded $150,000. There were also a larger number of businesses that actually also had loans from that program. We don't have the exact number, but we do know that that was a very high number as well. We also know that the additional unemployment compensation that was allowed, the additional $600 per week, is going to be ending. In both those programs are going to be ending here, and so we are carefully monitoring what that does and what that looks like. And we will continue to do that. As I said, sales tax right now is trending very positively, and our deficit in that area, we are not seeing a significant deficit in that area, but we will continue to watch that as the pandemic continues. The resolution that you're going to have before you tonight has gone through the task force, and it requests 6 furlough days for county operations. We've received notice from the courts that from the state level, they have requested that we not have furloughs within the courts, so we will work with them to alternate, and they will continue to operate. We have looked at having the step increase for our staff at this time suspended. However, if we continue to monitor this and we do not see some of the revenue reductions that we are anticipating, we will be able to take action to either replace that step increase for our employees or limit the number of furlough days. So we are putting in place with the resolution that you'll be considering later tonight, a tool in the toolbox that we will use as we need to, but we'll pull back from if we do not need to use that. There is still some optimism out there that there will be an additional federal package that will be passed that will have the ability to backfill revenue and have that provision, because that is an ongoing dialogue with our federal delegation from county government. And very briefly, on the COVID front also, we are continuing to work with the community and our Economic Recovery Task Force, who are continuing to encourage the use of masks in our community, because one of the things that we do know is that our economic recovery is very closely tied to our ability to keep our businesses open and functioning well. There's been studies that have been done on a national and even international basis that have showed that communities that utilize masks and other safety precautions are those that are favorably looked upon by others. And so even from the standpoint of encouraging individuals to participate in activities in Eau Claire County, they look for those kinds of safety practices being in place. There is also a statewide task force that is working on guidance that will be given to all of our county partners regarding public health officers. The Wisconsin Counties Association is participating in that. And Chair Smyer and I have been representing the county on our Economic Recovery Task Force that has been working in our community. And that is all I have, unless someone has specific questions regarding some of the activities that are happening with COVID.
I see no hands raised. Thank you for the report, Administrator Ushoff. Next on our agenda are the written reports, which you should have in your packet. Reports from the Finance Department on number of employees, compensatory time, trended personal costs, 2020 contingency fund, and June payments over $10,000. Are there any questions related to that? I see no hands raised. The next item on our agenda is presentation of petitions, claims, and communications. We have 3 requests for rezoning. I won't go through them in detail, but they will go on to a future agenda of the board. And you have a memo from Corp Counsel Tim Sullivan regarding proposed ordinance file 28. The next item on our agenda under item 10 is reports of standing committees, commissions, and boards under 2.04.160 and second reading of ordinances. First, from the Committee on Administration is file number 30.
Racism is a public health crisis.
This has come back now after consideration by the Board of Health. So the chair looks for a motion regarding this resolution.
So move. Supervisor Bates.
Second by Supervisor Gatlin.
Moved by Bates, seconded by Gatlin. Discussion, comments, or questions? I'm sorry, I should back up a little bit. A few words of explanation. I'm thinking that I will call on Supervisor Cronk for this, unless there is someone from the Board of Health who would like to comment. Supervisor Cronk, are you prepared?
Thank you. I am. I had a motion for an amendment that was brought forward, and I'm wondering for direction if it would be appropriate to bring that forward now before we discuss the original resolution, or if
Samantha?
This is Schneider. Are we still connected?
I am not certain. I've just, I see that.
This is Samantha. Catherine, I made you the host. I don't know what happened on my end. I know it's still storming here.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We should be able to continue. Chair Smyer, are you there? Chair Smyer, are you available?
Faint, far away.
That may be your interpreter, Catherine.
It says the tornado warning is still in effect until 9:45, if anybody is interested.
If I
It's
can
hanging
just
out. It's hanging out by me up here by the airport.
Yes, where I'm at, where Supervisor DeLuca is at, we still have a warning of sorts, and so I believe that is why my connection dropped off. Catherine is now the host. Catherine, it's running off of your connection, so we just need everybody to join the meeting again. I will send out invites.
If I'm on the phone, do I need to rejoin?
No, you are okay. Sounds good.
Does everyone need to rejoin, Samantha, or only those who have been dropped? Because I
Only
see
those who have
the-
been dropped, because currently you have 56 participants and they are starting to log back on, it looks like.
Yes, they need
Yeah.
to just log back on. So,
Yeah.
should we send an email blast to our county board supervisors asking them to log back on if they have been dropped
Yes.
because of bandwidth issues? Very good.
Catherine,
Yes.
this is Supervisor Zook. I haven't heard a word of what those people have said. You know, like Supervisor Cronk was reporting, and none of that came through.
We'll have her start over because I as well did not hear any of that. And I think that was the point at which we lost bandwidth.
Thank you.
Hey, are we having fun yet, folks?
Well, I'm happy I'm still here on the northern section of Eau Claire, so, and I haven't been blown away yet.
We're happy you're here too.
I'm in my basement next to my water heater though, so if any
Mm.
weird sounds start running, that's me.
How close are you to the airport?
Uh, I'm in the crash zone for the airport for the short runway. The planes fly over my house, another house, and they're on the short runway. So 1,500 feet from the end of the short runway.
So the only person's face I can see is Catherine's. Everybody else is jarbled.
Do you see me as HD? Because I
No,
checked
I'm
out
not.
and came back in.
I'm not even seeing any initials.
Oh, I better check out and come back in then.
Oh.
So maybe I'm not in the meeting.
Well,
we can hear you.
So yeah, you are in the meeting.
In the
meeting.
And so you may have a bandwidth issue on your end because on my end, everything looks fine.
Yeah, I have kind of like a gray box over the agenda,
and that's what mine's looking like.
But I got an agenda on another computer, so I've got something to look at, and I'm not running my video because you will lose me then.
So Catherine, you're seeing everybody?
I do see, yes, I do.
Lost Chair Smyer on the listing of people.
Yes, we did. We need to have him log back on.
Might it make sense? Might it make
I
sense
see you,
for
David.
everybody to log off, kill the session, reboot everything and start over again?
At this point, I don't know that we need to do that. I think just the people that have been kicked off need to log back on because let me just see here if we've got a few that have.
This is Judy Gatlin. I got connected by my phone. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, we can hear you.
Judy.
I disconnected and reconnected, and now I'm fine.
Okay.
You reconnected on your iPad,
I
Don?
did, yes.
Okay.
And I was getting that gray box, and I couldn't even unmute my microphone. I didn't see anything.
Yeah.
But now I'm back on.
You're the focus, Don.
Yeah, I see the video now of people with video.
So, Administrator Schroff, it sounds like everybody's getting a spinning screen, not able to log back on. What this sounds like to me, and I'm not sure if Dave Hayden is on the line, is individual internet issues or possibly the same company issues.
Do you ever adjourn to the next day?
Right now, we've got a quorum issue.
Catherine, can you make me host again briefly so I can send a invite?
Yes,
I'll
I
give it
will.
back to you right after.
One moment. It says on my screen that you are the host.
Hear anybody?
So Catherine Schaff, I see Janet Loomis and Greg Leonard are on, but there's no microphone.
Yeah, nothing's happening now.
This is Janet, and I'm sure that 12 people or 12 county board supervisors currently are on.
Oh, so now you have a microphone for you. I don't see Greg with a microphone, like muted or on, or not.
This is Greg Leonard. I had myself muted. I will remute myself.
Okay. I'll remute too.
Yeah, I think you have to talk once and then mute to be able to show your microphone. So.
Looks like there's a pile of people coming in via phone line.
All call-in users will be unmuted. If we just give it a little time, I think County Clerk Loomis, we may be having some callers on the line, so you might have to do a roll call, see if we can get quorum. Catherine, I see you speaking, but you might be muted.
You talking to DeLuca?
It
No,
shows
Catherine's
her
talking
mic
to
is on.
Catherine. I bet she's on the phone with Supervisor Trismeyer.
I can't hear anybody now.
I can hear you. I think
What
Catherine
do you
might be on the
see,
phone.
Samantha?
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, here you go.
So it's looking like we have 81 people calling in. Are we being hacked?
I don't know. Do you think? Probably. I mean, it's interesting how all of a sudden they started talking about diversity and then we lost everything.
Well, did you have any sirens go off by any of your places?
Well, I got an alert on my phone and a big thing about tornado warning, get to your basement. And so we went. It took me a while to get my mom down there to the basement, but we managed and we stayed there quite a while.
Yeah, I had to kind of unplug and I went to the basement and then Don called me on my phone, making me go upstairs and he said, well, it's passed. And I'm like, I got up and checked the news and the news said, no, it's still by the airport. Like, so I'm back in the basement. It's moving really slow, I think, or whatever. It's like Lake Wissota, they can't pinpoint it, right now.
It's almost like there's a couple different spots or something. I don't know.
Well, earlier tonight, I called my sister because there was one running through downtown Barron and there was one just south of it by Prairie Farm, Ridgeland area heading her direction, and they were both on the ground sighted. So
Oh my word.
I think it's multiple stuff happening tonight.
Oh,
So
well, maybe some of the cables or networks or antennas are being affected. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
County Clerk Loomis, can you hear me?
Well, so what do we do if we can't get reconnected? Oh, well.
I agree with Catherine Schneider. Call it quits, reschedule, do it again
Reschedule.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
Because
do
it's
we
supposed to
have,
be a nice day.
is our chair on? Nick?
Although after I moved from upstairs to downstairs in the basement, I was like, I don't have any sound. That's because I didn't have my earplugs in.
Yeah.
Duh.
Who had tomatoes?
Okay.
Was that you, Heather?
It was Robin that has the
That's
tomatoes.
Robin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, who wants them?
Con, Maori.
Okay. Well, if we ever get a meeting anywhere close.
So are we getting any progress?
Catherine's.
So, and Catherine Schaff and Chair Smyer are talking about what to do, reconvene or whatever. Or, I don't know. So we're just waiting.
I suppose I could get my kitties and show them off.
Oh, you got kitties?
Yeah, hold on.
Tammy has baby kitties.
What?
Saw their photos. They're really cute.
Oh.
Okay, now I can't see the pictures. Where?
Boy, do I love technology.
Oh, there. Oh, how lovely.
So what's this one's name?
This is Leo.
Leo. Hi, Leo.
Leo. Leo. Where are you, Leo? Looking around. My name.
Guys, try linking in right now. I just got on. Try linking in again. I just got back on.
We'd have to reschedule a P&D meeting.
Oh, okay. I'm curious here. We know
That one named.
Stella is on. Nathan, Tammy, Judy
There.
is on.
And what's this one's name?
Name.
This is Kiki.
Kiki. Kiki. Kiki. Do they answer to their names?
Sort of. Yeah.
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 Hi,
How old
Jerry.
are they
Can
now?
you hear me?
Kiki is 12 weeks old and Leo is 14.
Ah. I'm going to mute
Yeah.
myself.
Jerry, can you hear me? This is
Yes,
Nancy
I can.
Coffey.
Yes, I can.
Okay, I had to dial in by phone and there are people on the phone and I didn't have it mute and they couldn't hear me.
Yeah, you could try your computer again. Try to,
Yeah, yep, I just got back on.
Just an
Okay.
update, just an update. Nick is trying to log back on. It does look like a bunch of people are logging back on, even on the phone. I don't know if we can maybe get a roll call who is on the phone as far as supervisor goes. And then County Clerk Loomis, can you hear me? I know you are having issues.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I can hear you as well.
Yeah, I'm back on and I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Janet, would you do a roll call so we can see who's on?
Is everyone ready? Gibson? Gibson?
Yep, here.
McKinney? Knight? Pagonis?
She was on the phone.
Did you get on?
There's a bunch of people on phone that can't hear.
Go back to your page that's got the meetings listed and swipe the screen. It'll take you to the next page and it'll
Okay,
tell you
I
to
got it.
invite in.
All right, I have video and audio.
At least I'm looking at me anyway. I don't
I'm
see
almost
anybody
afraid
else.
to hang up.
I'm staying on. I'm staying on, and I'm using my iPad. This is Martha.
Well, it tells me I'm the host. I don't know how that happened.
I've got Samantha listed as host.
Supervisor Dunning, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, great. I am the host. We can actually hear your conversation. So I hear that Supervisor Bates is on. What we are doing now is just another roll call.
Okay, I've got Gibson. Gibson said present. McKinney, I did not hear anything from.
I'm on the phone. I can't get
Okay.
back on WebEx.
Okay, gotcha, Supervisor McKinney. Knight? Pagonis?
She's on the phone, I think.
Okay, we'll consider her. Anton?
Here.
Zook?
Here, if you could hear me.
Yes, I can, thank you. Supervisor Chilson?
Here.
Thank you. Stelgis?
Here.
Maury?
Here. Here.
Coffee?
Here.
Henning? Bates?
She was on the phone.
She was on the phone here.
Okay, I will consider her present then. Russell, I see.
Here.
Okay. Gatlin? Smyer? Supervisor Smyer? Chair Smyer?
Sorry, here.
Okay. Hambeck Boyle,
Here.
Neiman,
Here. And I'm hearing some odd feedback from time to time.
yeah, I'm kind of getting like I'm in a barrel, kind of an echo.
Yeah, me too.
Dunning,
Here.
thank you. Wilkie,
Here.
Anderson, Beckfield,
Here.
Schneider.
Here.
Did Anderson say yes?
Welcome to WebEx. Enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound.
Who invited her?
Someone must be trying to call in or answer me. Leary? DeLuca?
Here.
Jansen? Schroffnagel?
Here.
Roberts?
Here.
Frank?
Here via phone.
And Christofferson?
Here.
Thank you. I'm just going to say who I do not have, and in case you're on, I don't have Knight, Henning, Anderson, and Leary. But I know Leary was talking
Leary's
before.
here. And
Okay,
Henning
thank
is
you.
here. Henning's on.
Okay.
Anderson is.
It's missing Knight and
Yeah, I'm here also.
Anderson. Oh, Anderson, thank you.
Yep.
So then Supervisor Knight is the only one I have at this point that's absent. So we have 28 present as of 9:58.
And just a quick reminder, if you are on your mobile device, please mute. I will not keep you muted. Please mute so you don't have feedback.
Could you say that again, please, Samantha?
If you're on your mobile device, please mute. I don't know which ones are supervisors that are calling in, so just mute your device and you're not speaking, please.
Okay. I will try to pick up where we were. Supervisor Kronk, I think you were about to make an amendment.
My alarm's going off at 5 and I'm walking out the door at like 5:15.
What was that?
I'm pulling that back up. Originally, when this resolution one thing that was missing, and you've had a chance to look at the original website with the declaration of racism as a healthcare crisis, it was missing, and you can see the amendment that's been proposed. That we add on page 2, line 67, or insert that the Eau Claire County Board of Supervisors now directs the county clerk to sign Eau Claire County on to the Wisconsin Public Health Association's declaration that racism is a public health crisis. Actually sign on to the declaration via their website, and if you've had a chance to look, or if you haven't, there's been many more entities signing on, whether they are, health departments throughout the state or the counties. I believe, I looked today, it's just still Milwaukee County is the only county in Wisconsin that signed on last year. So I believe, and I just scrolled through quickly, that Eau Claire County would be the second in the state. So that was just something that was missing in the action items and in the very last whereas as to what we wanted to do. But one thing that was missing is us actually being listed on the website as making the declaration and then, taking the action steps which we can talk about in the original resolution. If this motion passes, just adding on that we are officially signing on, listing Eau Claire County as signing on to racism as a public health, declaring that racism is a public health crisis.
Supervisor,
So
you have that on your screen in front of you.
Excuse me, the amendment that I would like to bring forward.
You have that on the screen in front of you, the amendment. Is there a second?
I'll second the amendment. Supervisor Maury.
Supervisor Maury seconds. Is there any discussion? Are there any questions regarding the amendment? I see no hands and I hear no voices. We will do this by voice vote, as risky as that sounds. So supervisors, please unmute for the moment. Unmute. Unmute.
that?
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed by nay. It is unanimous. The amendment has been passed. We are back to the main motion as amended. Questions or discussions regarding the main motion as amended?
Martha Neiman, I'd like to make a statement.
Please go ahead, Martha.
I want to thank Supervisor Cronk for resolution forward. It's an important one, and I'm glad that we've had a chance to consider it. Racism as a public health is not new. I was taught at the University of Illinois College of Nursing 45 years ago that people of color disproportionately experience illness, including diabetes, hypertension, low birth weight infants, increased infant mortality, decreased life expectancy, and now are adversely affected by COVID-19. These people of color are also significantly represented in poverty, which is a concurrent influence on health. So what's new? The violence of racism in subtle and hidden forms of poverty and other types of discrimination we've now seen and heard and seen up close and personal, voiced and perpetrated by leaders, officials, public servants charged with the protection of citizens and at least 1/3 of our population. We can no longer deny that racism has been incorporated into the way our society and its structures does business. Until now, we thought that was just normal, the way things are. Now we're awakened. It's not just a matter of changing individual attitudes. It's imperative that we declare the political will, corporate intention, and take action to dismantle the racism built into our county and community systems. We must do this if we believe that in America there is freedom and justice for all. I urge you to support this resolution and to hold ourselves accountable to taking the actions included in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gatlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, in your latest National Counties Association newspaper, there is a big fold-out article on this topic and a little square of the various counties that have passed this type of resolution. And of course, Eau Claire is there in Milwaukee County, as Supervisor Neiman stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Pagonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe some of you are aware that I have a mixed race granddaughter who, by the way, is the smartest and most beautiful grandchild on the planet. And I have a daughter-in-law who is a young Black woman. She's currently a student at the University of Minnesota Law School. And so when we talk about racism, we're talking about my family. We're talking about my loved ones. And so everything that Supervisor Neiman said is true. But the violence is not new. And the violence, if we spent any time listening to all of the material or reading the material about John Lewis, we would hear, read about the Freedom Riders, read about the some of the things that have gone through. Read Brian Stevenson's book about him being a young Black lawyer from Harvard. It's an amazing history, an amazing legacy. And racism is detrimental, and it doesn't matter what the individual's economic position is, what the individual's education is. Racism is systemic, and it's affecting my family. And I would like us to be doing more than this. I actually, before we had all of the mess up with the phones, I was going to have a call to action, and if anyone is interested in a call to action in letter writing, there's a young girl in Kenosha County who was accused of killing her sex abuser, and I can provide the information. You can connect with me offline. But we need to be doing. I think the resolution is great, but I think we need to be doing more than a resolution. We're a room of white people, and it's up to us to agree to make changes. And unless we do that, each one of us individually, we're not going to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised.
Actually, this is Supervisor Cronk, and I can't raise my hand because I'm on the phone. May I raise my
sorry.
hand?
I didn't.
Audibly?
Go ahead.
That's okay. I just wanted to add to some of the comments that have been made and really also thank, the work that's been done from many areas prior, including, are you able to hear me or is there awful feedback?
We can hear you.
Okay, I wanted to say, including, the work that had been done by bringing this resolution forward in the first place in May 2018, the Wisconsin Public Health Association passed a resolution. So, this is back in 2018. We've known that disparities have existed, racial and ethnic disparities in every area that you can see in the resolution, everything that we think of as social determinants. So health disparities, disparities in economics, in employment. We heard, a presentation about entrepreneurship earlier, this evening, and, there's disparities in how we build that, how we give loans. We've had racist policies within our community, including racial covenants on homes, especially probably throughout Eau Claire County, but in my neighborhood, probably my house as well, in the original deed. So we've just had these policies, these racist policies that have been perpetuated and caused harm and disparities again in every social determinant, education, within our own county jail, within our court system, within our school systems. And so when we want to look at how do we improve public safety, how do we build, and are we dedicated to building a multicultural, multi-ethnic, thriving community? And if we can commit to that, if that's something that we can share as a goal, then I believe many of the racial and ethnic disparities that exist, we will be actually building equity within our community.
Not the sound.
I think that each of us has a duty as individuals to begin to do our own work to dismantle racism. We have duties as elected officials, as 29 of us, to say, how can we review every policy and ordinance and resolution that comes forward and saying, are we building that goal of the multiracial, multi-ethnic, multicultural, thriving community? Are we doing something that's contributing to that, or are we doing something that's continuing to perpetuate harm? And we have an obligation to do that. You'll see within some of the action steps of how are we having people who are most impacted? Are they sitting at decision-making tables that we are sitting at as elected officials? Every sphere of influence that we have to be acknowledging, speaking, confronting, and investing in anti-racist policies. And so there's a lot of work that's been done with some organizational partners throughout the community, including the ACLU, Uniting Bridges.
Come on there.
There is, the Black and Brown Women's Power Coalition. The University of Wisconsin Eau Claire, they have, their departments that are doing their work. The Family Resource Center is now doing some fatherhood groups. I mean, there's work that's been happening. All of us saw the murder of George Floyd. All of us have seen and witnessed murders prior to that and after. And it's become part of sort of our moral fabric to just say, well, that's just the way it is. And, justice is only awarded to some. And if we believe that that's not correct, or that's not okay, or that's not fair, or that's not just or equitable, or we're not humanizing each other, then we each have the duty to do something very different. And to the point that was made, yes, this is a resolution. There are action steps. But to look at Milwaukee County, the first county, or one of the first counties that signed on, just to give an example of the work that had been done, they signed on to the resolution back in 2019, the spring of 2019, May of 2019, they declared racism as a public health crisis. In spring and summer of 2019, they began doing racial equity training for all of their employees from Milwaukee County. Then they built it as part of their strategic plan with an emphasis on health and racial equity. In fall of 2019, they had a racial equity symposium, and racial equity ambassadors from across county departments were utilized and strategized. How can they advance health and racial equity? Milwaukee County rolled out their Vision Week to all 4,000 employees. They had a racial equity survey. There was in spring of 2020, this spring, racial equity was integrated into the new employee orientation. Manager support opportunities were launched. There was a county ordinance created, so they went even further and took it to build a county, ordinance. And their 2020 racial equity budget tool was deployed. So they used that as the overarching theme, not just a sentence or a thought in perhaps their strategic planning, but it's the overarching theme throughout. That's how they base their goals and their narrative. And now, as they had their new elections this year, just as we did, they're celebrating their 1-year anniversary, and the work still continues. So that's just an example of not just having the resolution correct. We have a resolution, we have action steps that are expected to be taken, but then how are we in every department, in our hiring, in how we treat each other, in the culture that we create as a county, and then equally, if not more important, because we are one of the largest service providers in the area, how does that extend into the services that are provided? And how do we have an obligation to review all of our connections and community collaborations to say, okay, if we think there is a school to prison pipeline, what is our duty to stop that, to abolish that, not just to reduce racial and ethnic disparities, but we're making a commitment to abolish them. And that includes every department. Again, the criminal legal system. It includes, how do we rebuild our budgets coming out of COVID? How are we looking at equity within our budgets? And are we ensuring that although we have to try to create revenue and we have to try to make up money, that we are not perpetuating those policies that continue to do harm and continue to keep people in poverty, continue to keep the disparities going?
Excuse me, Supervisor Clark.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going to hold you to the 5-minute limit for speaking.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Raymond. So yes, I hope that this passes unanimously. I want to thank all the work that's been done, the public speaking, the people that spoke in the beginning, and the groups that have been working on this long before myself. And I would just wrap up by saying, for me, not knowing about this resolution and not bringing it forward earlier, I have to confront the harm that I've done to my community in the past, either through action or inaction. And so this is a way for me to commit and recommit that the work that I've tried to do and will continue to do, and I hope each of us does the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hammack-Boyle.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you, Chair Smeyer. I just wanted to bring up the fact that the Eau Claire Area School District started the racial equity work back before I retired in 2012. It touched every single person in our school district. We still have work to do, but please make sure when we have these conversations to include in the county partnership and the conversation about this, their school district. It came up last night as the district works to make a COVID framework that is equitable. Deep conversation about that. The Eau Claire Area School District is the largest provider to 11,300 children, their families, and 1,400 employees. So make sure we're part of that they are part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Pagonis, do you have your hand raised for the second time?
I apologize.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I see no other hands raised. I assume, supervisors, you are prepared to vote. Please unmute for a moment. Please unmute. Everyone in favor of, not the file number, sorry.
30.
Thank you. In favor of file number 30, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed by nay.
Nay.
We have 2 nays. So what is that total then, Janet? Janet?
Unless you do an actual roll call, you've got some no's, but you have to say that the ayes were greater than the no's.
Okay, the ayes have it. The resolution passes. Is that what you meant, Janet?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is file 35.
Adopting a strategic plan for the years 2020 through 2022 for Eau Claire County.
Motion?
Supervisor Bates.
Supervisor Bates moves. Second?
Martha, second. Martha Neiman, second.
Supervisor Neiman seconds. Explanation. I'm going to call on Administrator Schaaf for explanation.
Thank you. The board has seen this, has worked through this plan. This is the plan that you have seen in the last 2 meetings. This is the adoption of the plan, and then we will begin to develop the implementation of the plan in tactics and actually make sure that we incorporate many of the aspects of the plan in our work on the 2021 budget.
Thank you. Are there any questions or any discussion?
Supervisor Bates speaking. Maybe the one thing that could be added is really the 3 goals and objectives that are meant to happen as a result of this. And that's stabilizing county finances and operations, enhancing community quality of life, and positioning the county for economic development.
Thank you. Supervisor Humbuck Boyle, followed by Supervisor Maury. Supervisor Humbuck Boyle? You there?
There.
I'll go to Supervisor Maury.
This could be a small correction, or it could be an amendment on when it talks about broadband. I think it's on the 3rd goal or 2nd goal. It talks about one-stop construction.
Is there an emergency announcement going on in the background? What is that? What is that voice in the background?
It looks like it's coming from somebody who's calling in, so if people that are on the phone could mute.
Can you cut it off, Samantha?
Is it somebody invading, or is it some just not muted?
Thank you. I'm sorry, Supervisor Maury.
I just want to offer a small correction or an amendment. It talks about broadband. It uses the term one-stop construction. Actually, the correct term that's usually referred to, it's called dig once policy, or dig once policies. And that has been considered by Congress way back in 1996 as reintroduced as a bill in 2020. I would change that to dig once policies instead of one-stop construction.
Tim, can we just make that change? It's a change in terminology. Tim?
The medical change. You know, what you're doing is adopting the plan. The plan, you know, you're not amending the resolution. The resolution is to adopt the plan. The plan can be amended.
Simply by a request like that.
I think you're going to have to take a vote on that, though, because the plan has been previously approved.
Okay. Supervisor Maury, would you please make a motion to amend?
I move that we amend the strategic plan to reflect a change in terminology from one-stop construction to dig once policies.
Thank you. Is there a second?
DeLuca seconds.
Second by Supervisor DeLuca. Any
Could that
discussion?
be repeated? I'd like a repeat. From one-stop construction to what?
Dig once policies.
Dig once, D-I-G?
ONCE policies. That's the common terminology. If you Google one-stop construction, you get a construction company in California and Texas. Private construction. It's not. It's always been dig once.
Okay.
That's good to know.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions? Okay, we are voting on the amendment only. Unmute for a moment, please. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay? It is unanimous. Thank you. We are back to the main motion. Is there any further discussion of the main motion as amended? I hear no discussion. Please unmute again. All those in favor of the motion as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed by nay? It is unanimous. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is file 36.
Authorizing closing county facilities and functions except for law enforcement, the airport, and 24-hour operations for 6 days in 2020. Implementing furlough without pay for employees on those days.
Supervisor Bates, do you wish to do back? Do you want to refer or defer to?
Supervisor Smyer. Supervisor Smyer, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, who's speaking?
This is Supervisor Dunning.
Oh, sorry.
This is becoming very chaotic. I just lost all phone connections and had to come back in, and I think I missed the vote on several things. If you voted on the that, and because you couldn't hear me, and because I wasn't on, how much longer can we stay with this issue of not being able to talk and have a conversation?
Well, if you're asking me for the technical information, I don't have it. I don't know the answer to your.
Chairman Smyer, this is Supervisor Pagonis. I think it's a procedural question. It is now 10:24. This is scheduled to go to 10:45. We're just a fraction of the way through our agenda.
Yes.
And it's problematic. There's a lot of feedback. There's a lot of extra noise. It seems to me appropriate that at this point, and I understand the furlough days are intended to commence on Friday, but at this point, it seems to me problematic to proceed, given we're not sure who's on, we're not sure who's following, we're having a lot of feedback, and I guess I would defer to Corporation Counsel or to Madam Clerk about whether we could cease this for now and resume next Tuesday.
Well, I had a discussion with Corp Counsel as we were coming back on, and we talked about a couple of possibilities. One would be to adjourn this meeting and reconvene on Thursday evening at 7 p.m. and finish our business. That suggestion was made because the resolution that has to do with furlough goes into effect on Friday. So that was one reason for doing that. We could also do as you suggest, adjourn and call a meeting for Tuesday evening. We can do either one. I would look for the pleasure of the group here and ask for feedback.
Chair Smyer, this is Supervisor Leary. I would think that Thursday would be the preferable option because next Tuesday we have a Planning and Development Committee meeting with hearings and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the Thursday option would be preferable and would make that motion.
I second.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Supervisor Pagonis, for the discussion. And we have a motion. Yeah. We have a motion to, what would the motion be? To set the date of meeting?
Motion would be to adjourn temporarily until a date and time certain. Okay, Tim, you better say it.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. I think that that's exactly what you need to do, is adjourn to a date and time certain. So if
Okay.
you want to adjourn to Thursday at 7 p.m., that's what the motion should be.
Okay.
And for Thursday at 7 p.m. on July 23rd, 2020.
Thank you.
Hambach Boyle second.
Who seconded?
Hambach Boyle.
Second by Supervisor Hambach Boyle. I don't think that that's a debatable motion. It's an up-down vote.
Yeah.
It's an up-down vote.
Yeah. So
should we have a roll call based on the fact that we don't know who's online? If we have a quorum?
we can have a roll call vote. So the chair rules roll call vote. Clerk Loomis, please do that. And excuse me, when we come to the end of that and it's been voted, that is our adjournment.
Yes vote means we adjourn, a no vote means we would stay in session. Gibson.
I think that was an aye.
McKinney.
Yes.
Knight.
Yes.
Pagonis. I just saw her.
Oh, no,
There
yes,
she is.
it's an aye. Yes. Sorry,
Thank
I didn't
you.
hear you call my name. Sorry.
Anton? I will go over him. I saw, but it was a blank screen. Zook?
Yes.
Chilson?
Aye.
Stelgis? Maury?
Just, I'm sorry.
Coffee?
Yeah.
Yes.
Henning?
Janet,
Bates? Oh, go ahead.
did you catch Stelzis saying yes?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And then Anton, yes or no on that?
Yes.
Thank you. Henning?
Who did you say?
Henning?
He's not on.
Bates? Bates? Russell?
Yes.
Gatlin?
Yes.
Smyer?
Yes.
Hambach Boyle?
Yes.
Neiman?
Yes.
Dunning?
Yes.
Wilkie?
Henning is a
Well-
yes.
Thank you. Wilkie?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Eckfield?
Yes, please.
Schneider?
Yes, and did you hear Bates was a yes?
Thank you. Leary?
Yes.
Luca? DeLuca?
Yes.
Thank you. Jansen?
Yes.
Schrocknagel?
Yes.
Roberts? Roberts?
Yes.
Frank? Frank?
I think that
She was a yes.
from
That was a yes.
Jefferson?
Yes.
I have 29 yeses.
Okay, thank you. It is unanimous. Supervisors, thank you for your patience, and we look forward to seeing you on Thursday, this Thursday at 7 p.m. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Supervisors, it is now
Meeting.
It is now 7 o'clock. I call this continuation of our regular meeting of the County Board of Supervisors on this Thursday, July the 23rd. We have already done the preliminaries on the Tuesday meeting, so we are going to pick up our meeting where we left it off, and that is with file 36. I'll ask the clerk to read the file.
Chair Smyer, we should do a roll call.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Please do that. Sorry.
Gibson? I did see you on, so I'm going to consider you here.
Present.
McKinney?
Present.
Knight?
Here.
Pagonis? Anton?
Pagonis is here, but she's muted.
Thank you. Anton? Zook?
Here.
Chilson?
Here.
Stelgis?
Here.
Maury?
Here.
Coffee?
Here.
Henning?
Here.
Bates?
Here.
Russell?
Here.
Gatlin?
Here.
Smyer?
Here.
Hambick Coyle?
Here.
Neiman?
Present.
Dunning?
Present.
Wilkie?
Here.
Anderson?
Present.
Beckfield?
Here.
Schneider?
Here.
Leary?
Here.
DeLuca?
Here.
Jansen?
Here.
Schrocknagel?
Here.
Roberts?
Here.
Frank?
Here.
Christofferson?
Present.
I only have one that I did not get, and that is Supervisor Anton. So at this point, it's 28 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. We do have quorum. As I began to say, we're going to pick up this meeting where we left off, and that is file 36. So, Madam Clerk, would you read that file?
Authorizing closing county facilities and functions except for law enforcement, the airport, and 24-hour operations for 6 days in 2020. Implementing furlough without pay for employees on those days.
Motion?
So moved. Beckfield.
Beckfield moves.
Dunning second.
Dunning second. Thank you. Explanation. Let's start with Supervisor Bates. There.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This file came before the Administration Committee on July 7th, and the resolution herein was approved unanimously. I would request, Mr. Chair, that the explanation for this particular resolution come from our county administrator, since it really was the work of a COVID-19 task force.
Okay, thank you. Administrator Schaaf.
Thank you, Chair Smyer. This was the work of our COVID-19 task force. The approach that the county is taking is that we are taking steps to minimize the overall expenditures to our operation in 2020. We have identified this as a potential solution for minimizing overall expenditures and at the same time minimizing the impact to our staff. We have applied for funding through the Department of Workforce Development, and our employees are then able to take advantage of unemployment insurance on the days in which they're furloughed. So the combination of staging them one per month, as well as the ability to collect unemployment insurance, will minimize the impact to our employees while saving the county money. One of the things that you will note that is written into the resolution is that if we, the county, do not need all of the 6 furlough days, we will withdraw them. The plan is to put this in place so that we have the tools in the toolbox that we need, and we will only deploy them as they are needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisors we are going to use the raise your hand function just to keep some order. So if you wish to speak, please raise your hand electronically. I will monitor the list, except for Supervisor Schneider, who will butt in at any time that she thinks she wants to talk.
And that's Supervisor Bates as well.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, and Supervisor. So, questions or discussion? I'm watching for hands.
My hand is up, Judy Gatlin.
Sorry, Supervisor Gatlin, I can't. Okay, I'll accept your verbal. Supervisor Gatlin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am offering the amendment that you received today from Samantha to this resolution to be more specific, to be cleanly specific about who will be furloughed and who will not, as well as clarifying if you're in an emergency position or a frontline position, that you can't be furloughed on these specific furlough days. What your next step is to secure a furlough day with your supervisor within a week.
Thank you. Clerk Amos, would you please read? Do you have the amendment in front of you?
I do.
I do not.
You do not. Okay. Well, hold on. So we have this is a motion to amend, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Second?
Second, Schneider.
Supervisor Schneider. Thank you. Supervisor Gatlin, who has a copy of this? On the board?
I do. Gatlin, I do.
Okay, I'm going to ask Supervisor Gatlin to read the amendment slowly. It's quite long.
Yeah. So it's on page 1, line 19, amend resolution 20-21/036. So it would be, now therefore be it resolved that the Eau Claire County Board authorizes closing county facilities and functions except for law enforcement, the airports, and 24-hour operations on the following days. These are all in 2020, July 24, August 21, September 18, October 16, November 13, and December 18. Period. All county employees will be furloughed without pay on those days with the following exceptions: law enforcement officers, correctional officers, employees of the Northwest Regional Juvenile Detention Center, airport workers, Meals on Wheels workers, workers who are called into work to provide crisis or emergency services. The minimal amount of staff necessary from the clerk of court, register of probate, and facilities department necessary to support court operations on these planned furlough days. Those employees who are required to work on the above stated days in support of court operations will be required to schedule with their supervisor a replacement furlough day that will occur within 1 week of the day of the scheduled furlough date. Highway workers are subject to the language stated below, which goes on to the next line.
Thank you.
Is that slow enough?
Yes, it was, I think. Discussion or questions? I see no hands raised. Am I missing anything here?
Yeah, Chairman Smarr, my hand's raised.
Sorry, Supervisor, the function apparently isn't working. Thank you, Supervisor Pagonis. Go ahead.
I thought maybe we should add to the staff necessary from clerk of courts, register, probate, facilities department. We should also add district attorney, because if courts are in session, there's a likelihood the district attorney would be in session.
Supervisor Pagonis, it was difficult to hear you because there's background noise coming from someone's microphone. I don't know who it is.
It's not mine.
Oh, no, it's not yours. So,
I
everybody-
can repeat then.
Yes.
I think that we should add after staff necessary from the clerk of court, register of probate, and facilities department necessary to support court operations. We should also include the district attorney, because there's a likelihood that if court's in session, the district attorney may be needed.
I think at this point,
Would be an amendment to the amendment.
I'm trying to handle that.
All right, could I ask a question, please?
Wait, let's sort this out first. So we have an amendment in front of us. Supervisor Pagonis is requesting an amendment to the amendment. So any discussion at this point would be, could we have a second to the amendment of the amendment?
Schneider.
Schneider is seconding. Any discussion of the amendment of the amendment?
Chair Schreier, this is Tim Sullivan. If I could offer an explanation, please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
When I drafted this, I did not include the district attorney's office because the district attorney's state employee and he would not be covered by this furlough resolution. The staff in his office are county employees, but they are no different than, for example, the employees in my office. My office may also be affected by court operations, but we are all being furloughed, and so we did not include the district attorney in this amendment. That's what I would add.
Supervisor Pagonis? You're muted.
All right, well, it would seem to me, I understand that the district attorney and the attorneys in the district attorney's office are state employees, but if they need support, I'm not sure how that would work. I'm also not sure how it would work if corporation counsel needed to go in for child support. So I'm confused about, maybe I need a better explanation from Attorney Sullivan, why he would have excluded those two groups when it may be necessary for them to be in the courtroom.
Well, I can give that explanation. The explanation is this, is that the proposed furlough dates have been made known to the department heads for approximately a month or so. My office was certainly part of that group. We made arrangements to not have any hearings scheduled on the furlough dates. If, in fact, there were an emergency that arose and one of my attorneys or myself had to go into the office, we would be providing our own clerical staff, our own clerical support.
Supervisor Pagonis?
All right, if that's the way it would be, it just seemed to me to be, that's fine. I will withdraw my amendment to the amendment.
But we have a second, so I'm going to ask for a quick vote on the amendment of the amendment.
Chair Smyer, Stelgis here.
Supervisor Stelgis.
Yes, just another clarification. It was also my understanding that we would continue to retain seasonal help to support our parks being open. Is that correct?
Supervisor Stelgis, that's not relevant to the amendment in the amendment. Let's dispose of that. I'll come to your point. Okay. We're back to the main motion then.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Supervisors, please unmute.
I had a
I'm sorry. Supervisor Kronk.
Thank you. I had a question that could potentially be an amendment to the amendment for the dates. And Attorney Sullivan.
Excuse me. Is this another amendment to the amendment?
Possibly.
All right, let's dispose of this one first. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisors, please unmute. All those in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by nay.
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 I believe the nays have it. So the amendment to the amendment is defeated. I will go first to Supervisor Stelches and then come to Supervisor Cronk. Supervisor Stelches.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I was under the impression on the days that we're closing the government down that we would still keep our parks open and that we would retain the seasonal staff to cover that. This never came up before our committee, so I'm thinking perhaps Catherine Schaaf, maybe you could shed some light on discussions with staff.
Administrator Schaaf.
Yes, I can definitely do that. So each one of the departments has created their own strategy for the parks. In many regards, the campgrounds, for instance, are considered 24/7 operations, and so they would fall under the positions that would not be furloughed. And so, and many of the seasonal folks, because of the way that they're scheduled, we work through the scheduling during that week so that we don't have issues with furloughing our seasonal staff. So the team in Parks, Josh Peterson and Jody Gint, have worked through that and have identified how they're going to deal with the furlough to meet the requirements and keep our parks open and clean.
Supervisor Stelches?
Yeah, as long as the wording of our resolution here covers that possibility, I'm fine with it. My concern was if we needed to list them as an accepted class or something.
No, we would not need to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cronk.
Thank you. And a point of clarification or question, how are we recording our votes? If we're just doing the, like, normally in the minutes, it'll say like how many ayes or how many noes. How do we know?
Well, when we're doing a voice vote like this, in general, if the decision of the chair is to call the vote. If we think that we need to have a specific number, you can make that request and we'll vote that way. But unless there's a clear indication of a division, if the vote is unclear, then I would call for a roll call.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
Okay.
My question is about the dates, and it sounds like Attorney Sullivan had said that the dates have been out. Maybe there's been some decisions already made around these particular dates, but I'm curious if it would have made sense for staff to have perhaps the dates around holidays, particularly the one in November and the one in December, to give people a little bit more extension on a holiday, like a longer weekend or a longer, I don't know if there was discussion with staff that maybe that came up.
Administrator Schaaf?
Yes, I can share with that. So the dates were actually worked through. We worked with our partners in the courts initially, and we're working to accommodate our operations. And so in many regards, the dates were chosen Fridays so that folks would have a longer weekend rather than in the middle of the week. However, they were meant to accommodate other operations. And so it's designed specifically to be as easy for our employees to manage within other time off and also maintain smooth operations.
Okay, so in your opinion then, to change dates would be very, or
yeah,
to make
that would be problematic at this point because we have had individuals adjust their calendars that affect many people to accommodate this.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other question or discussion? Remember, the hand function is not working, so you have to speak up. Any other question or discussion? I hear none. Supervisors, please unmute. All those in favor of file 36, please indicate by saying aye.
Actually, we're voting on the amendment.
Amendment.
Sorry?
The original amendment by Judy.
We're voting on the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. Absolutely right. Sorry. Call that vote. Supervisors, please unmute. And we will be voting on the amendment to file 36 as read by Supervisor Gatlin. those in favor of the amendment of file 36 indicate by saying
Aye.
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 those opposed by nay. Did I hear a nay? I didn't. I heard no nay. Okay. The file passes, or the amendment passes unanimously. Now we're back to the main motion. Are there questions on the main motion as amended? I hear no request to speak. Supervisors, please unmute once again. All those in favor of file 36 as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay. The vote is unanimous. Thank you. The next item on our agenda, the Committee on Administration and the Committee on Finance and Budget is file 28. Madam Clerk.
To amend section 2.04.485 of the code on finance and budget. To amend section 2.06.060 of the code, budget preparation and execution, and chapter 4.02 of the code, budgetary procedure.
Thank you. Motion.
Motion by Wilkie.
Wilkie moves.
Second by Gatlin.
Second by Hembo Coyle. Okay. Explanation. Supervisor Caronis from the Committee on Finance and Budget.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to defer to Supervisor Leary. She and I collaborated on this, and I thought she'd be the better person to talk to it.
Thank you. Supervisor Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this ordinance is being proposed, and we are doing this because we'd like to base the ordinance and the county code based on history and past practice, as well as modifications to the code that would incorporate some of the new ways of doing things. In the past, it was 3 years ago, I believe, in 2017, the code was changed. And at the time, I remember when Attorney Zams was talking to the Finance and Budget Committee, I asked at the time what information was being, what was being deleted from the code. And I remember his response was, oh, it was just a matter of housekeeping. Well, as it turns out, there was quite a bit of information that was deleted from the code, which described the duties and practices of the Finance and Budget Committee. So as a result, there have been some suggested modifications because we are making some changes in how we do things. Plus, there have been some recommendations from the Wisconsin Counties Association for best practices. So what we've tried to do is incorporate some of this history and past practice along with some of the new ways. So Supervisor Pagonis and I sat down. We've been both on the committee for a time, and we tried to incorporate the language so that the duties and oversight of the committee would be presented so it was clear some of these activities. One of the things I wanted to point out about the suggested wording is the wording is being presented not because we are trying to dictate terms, as it were. What we're trying to do is outline one of the functions of the Budget and Finance Committee is to be an oversight committee, kind of a committees. Each oversight committee has their respective jurisdictions, whether it's extension, judge and law, etc. The Finance and Budget Committee would be one of the steps that would oversee the entire county concerns. And in the past, I know there have been some items that a department has suggested, but then because of funding concerns, it was decided to recommend that we needed to make a modification suggestion. And then it was presented to the whole county board. And then sometimes they make the change and sometimes they don't. Okay. In addition, the department heads have an opportunity to make their case before the budget committee as well as their standing committee. And the idea is that there's a little additional, well, it's more than one set of eyes, and it's a little different perspective. So we hope that you will consider these changes and that you will support them. And I believe that Supervisor Pagonis also has some items she'd like to present.
Supervisor Pagonis? You're muted. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out that after this was drafted by Supervisor Leary and me, we sent it to Corporation Counsel. He vetted it. He made some suggested changes, all of the changes I made. His statement is that it's consistent with 5960. It's not identical, but it's consistent with it, and that certainly individuals on county board recognize that this is consistent with past practice, and I prepared a fact sheet that showed that it's consistent with past practice. So I am hopeful that this would pass. Thank you.
Thank you. From the Committee on Administration, Supervisor Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This particular ordinance came before the Administration Committee on June 9th, and immediately there was a motion to approve, and followed by discussion of how the proposed changes would impact those entities engaged in the budget development. Members that supported the ordinance demanded the proposed changes, as they have tonight, to the county budget process by noting these were past practices. They were already occurring during the budget process. The ordinance would simply codify what was already occurring. They indicated the proposed changes did not expand their responsibilities and would give the budget process structure. Members opposing the ordinance expressed concern over finance and budget infringing on the county administrator's budget responsibility and authority in the development of the county budget. Additional questions came up concerning the proposal, especially in the area of ongoing oversight and authority in the departments that were experiencing overages, and how this would impact the individual department's oversight committee. It was felt that certainly this would give finance and budget more power, and the role of the oversight committee would be significantly diminished. After we had a significant discussion and the motion came to a vote and the resolution was passed on a 3-2 vote. So what would change and what would be the ramifications of this ordinance? There wasn't a whole lot of information in regard to it at the time that it came to the committee. Seeking clarification of review of the ordinance was obtained from corporate counsel. You have his review in your packet. Although some of the budget process in the code would remain the same, there are other changes proposed that he indicated the board should be aware of. First, the code clearly indicates that the county administrator shall be responsible for the submission of the annual budget to the board. And secondly, it also indicates that the responsibility of finance and budget, the committee, does not include a role in the creation of the annual budget. It does authorize, the code does authorize the reviewing the printouts of the departments over which they have jurisdiction. So my question was, what would change? The ordinance amends, and this is really taken directly from Tim's comments in regard to, or corporate counsel's comments, in regard to this particular ordinance. The ordinance amends the county code, expands and creates new powers and duties in the budget process for the Finance and Budget Committee. It changes the responsibility for the creation of the annual budget from the county administrator to a process where the budget is created, developed by Finance and Budget Committee with the county administrator who collaborates with the committee. Proposed language would expand the role of Finance and Budget Committee to review budgets of all departments, including those under the jurisdiction of other committees, monitoring and making recommendations to department budgets at least quarterly throughout the year is currently a function of the governing committees. The proposed changes have Finance and Budget participating in 3 public hearings to the budget. The first with the administrator and the departments. The second has Finance and Budget holding its own public hearing. And the third as a part of the county board hearings. Currently, there's no authority in the code for Finance and Budget on its own to hold public hearings on the budget. This ordinance gives Finance and Budget Committee the power and duty to establish fiscal policies and strategies. Establishing fiscal policy functions are ultimately the responsibility of the county board, with updates on information being provided to the board from the county administrator as chief administrative officer. The role of Finance and Budget is unclear. Currently, Finance and Budget reviews and approves fiscal policies that are recommended by the financial department. The changes proposed in this ordinance are significant. I have always believed in the collective wisdom, authority, and collective action of county boards, fundamental to introducing broader perspectives in developing policies. This really comes clearly out of a rather singular effort. With that in mind, I would support a more thoughtful, inclusive, and less divisive budget development solution than this ordinance provides. I'm hoping we can handle this in a very different way than just a quick approval. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions or discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Supervisor Pagonis. I just have a very short response.
Excuse me, Supervisor Pagonis, I'm going to strictly follow the 2 speaking terms rule. So this is your first turn speaking on this topic.
And that's fine. And I did raise my hands, but apparently you can't see that.
No, it's not working. Sorry.
Okay. I just very briefly though, one of the things that what the my interpretation of what Corporation Counsel wrote was comparing what is currently in the code with what was written. So in that sense, Supervisor Bates is correct. What this ordinance is attempting to do is to restore past practice, which as Supervisor Leary said, has been going on at least since 1976. I have code from 1976 that establishes the practice that's presented in this. So as compared to what's today, yes, and maybe Corporation Counsel wants to talk to it, but it does expand what's in the code today, because today there is no role for Finance and Budget in the budget process. Nothing, no role whatsoever. And this, of course, would expand it because it's an attempt to restore what used to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Yes, this is Supervisor Dunning.
Supervisor Dunning.
I'm speaking to this ordinance and I'm doing it for a variety of reasons. I've been on the Finance and Budget Committee for most of my years on the county board and have been part of the budgeting process during that time. As I look back, I see that the process that the committee voted to adopt and is now before you tonight had some good points, but over the years has become an irritant and impediment to the budget process. The committee seems to require more and more time from the departments and their leadership as budget issues become more prominent. Whether it's road issues, staffing shortages, state mandates, or human services related programs, the Finance and Budget Committee has involved itself without authority into the department budgets and their budget solutions when financial issues surface. This makes it difficult for the administrator to develop the budget for submittal to the county board. It reduces the oversight committee's involvement and hinders the various departments in their operations, since the Finance and Budget Committee in many cases lacks the department history and knowledge to adequately suggest changes. This encroachment on budget authority must be stopped, and I would like your support in defeating this ordinance. Just because the budget has been done this way since 1976 is not a reason to continue the process. There have been enough changes in county government that require changes to the budget process. The county switched from an administrative coordinator to an administrator in 1997. This changed the development of the budget from a coordinated effort between the administrative coordinator and the county board to a budget process that is the responsibility of the administrator. This means it is developed without finance and budget input until the budget is signed by the county board to the Finance and Budget Committee. The proposed changes remove power from the administrator and the county board. The county board can provide guidance through goal setting and developing fiscal goals on a county-wide setting. The budget does need public support, but this could be provided by public hearings scheduled by the county board and administrator. This could include the departments concerned and the oversight committees. Finance and budget could also be invited through an invitation from the county board. Monitoring and making recommendations regarding budget compliance during the fiscal year is given to the oversight committees by county code, and the finance and budget is not involved in this process. The finance department and treasury department, as part of their having finance and budget as their oversight committee, provide quarterly department compliance information that can then be used to update the county board. The administrator and oversight committees also have a role in updating the board. This would include the investment income, department compliance, proposed solutions, cash flow, and other parameters as required. Finance and budget would also work with the departments under their oversight in reviewing the annual audit. The supplemental information supplied tonight does indicate that we need to have an updated and more complete manual of fiscal policy. Finance and budget does have a role in developing any new policies. Finance and budget could develop possible policies and submit them to the county board and the administrator for a review and approval. Since the administrator is responsible for the submission of the budget to the board, they consult with finance and budget regarding procedures, format, and priorities. This is different from collaboration. The collaboration changes suggestion puts the finance and budget into a role that replaces the budgetary role of the oversight committee and the county board in developing a department's budget. In essence, it allows a majority of 3 finance and budget committee members to control a department's budget and possible suggested changes to operations when problems arise, and this was without the history and accumulated technical knowledge of the oversight committee. In light of Attorney Sullivan's statement in section 2.04.485 that finance and budget does not have a role in creation of the annual budget, I'm requesting that this ordinance be defeated. Do not allow this change to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
I think I
Supervisor Wilkie.
Wilkie first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few thoughts, and they aren't prepared written statements, but I thought I'd just kind of share a few of my thoughts and feelings on this. Given the fact that, being on the board 30 plus years, of those years, I'd say roughly 25 of those years, I've had the privilege and responsibility of being on budget and finance. I've seen many members come and go since that time, and have worked now with 3 administrators in the course of that. One of the things that I'd like you to keep in mind, this by no means is a expanding of the powers and the duties of budget and finance. Up to 2017, those duties were pretty clear, and we were being quite successful as a county. And one of the reasons I think we were being quite successful financially is because there was a group of us. I wasn't always on there, but whoever was on there, I think, did a fine job. Is that there was a group of elected officials that had a oversight role and very active role in developing the budget and looking at the whole. This doesn't take away from governing committees. Governing committees are not in the position to know what's happening for the entire county. Now, I do acknowledge and recognize we've had fine administrators and we've got a great finance director right now that do look at it from a standpoint of the whole county. Those individuals who we hire. But I think it's important that we keep the voice of elected officials in this process. Maybe some of you more veteran folks recall the term add backs. It made it very useful for department heads to even be able to come to Budget and Finance and say respectfully that they don't agree with their administrator's recommendation, and that wanting Budget and Finance to see if there's a way we can come up with funding to address a particular issue they have. You can't do that by a committee. If it's P&D, you don't know where all the other funding may or may not be to be able to make changes like that. I do also understand and have had the experience quite strongly at times. I think way back when the Highway Department was not real happy with the recommendations, and keeping in mind, these are recommendations that the Finance and Budget Committee brings to the full board for the ultimate decision. Highway Committee wasn't real thrilled with us in a given year. I can remember the Parks and Forests not being real thrilled with us when we challenged them on their number of the timber sales, because we were looking for funding to fund some very important project. Certainly, I know that the Sheriff's Department during different budget years, understandably, has not been always pleased with the recommendations, and I stress recommendation, not decision. Ultimately, you as board members make the call that they not get a patrol officer, even though a new patrol officer, even though I think it's up to 25, maybe 30 years that they haven't added a patrol officer. Currently, of course, there's no secret, DHS is not real happy with us. We've been very vocal and concerned on what impact what's been happening in the DHS department is going to have on the entire county. So as a Budget and Finance, we are the elected representatives that ultimately, in a direct way, you chose to have on Budget and Finance when you chose your chair, and then the chair appoints there. Now, even though we have from time to time have gotten, for lack of better words, I'll say blowback when we make recommendations to you, I've had many years where after the budget meetings, the gratitude and thanks of my colleagues who have said that they appreciate the extra labor that goes into doing a Budget and Finance. I think it's very important that you keep a very active role. In fact, in one way, this ordinance takes away some authority, or I don't know if authority is the right word, or a method that happened up till 2017. Up till 2017, you as a board would work off of the Budget and Finance recommendations. With this ordinance, you will be working off the administrator's proposed budget, and the finance has to come in with amendments. Along with this change, which I think was a brilliant idea that I can't take credit for, I'll let the person who came up with it speak for herself, was the decision to have joint meetings with the governing committees, that the Budget and Finance, at the pleasure of the governing committee joins them. This helps, I think, in two ways. Improves the process, a good change, where I think there is closer connection, and I think it will help in terms of the knowledge of finance and budget of that department, but also will help the knowledge of the governing committee also hear the concerns of budget and finance, because we are looking at the entire county and how this all blends together. It also is less of a burden on staff's time, given the fact that they don't need to present to not only have to present to their governing committee, and then at a later date to budget and finance. It's done at the same time. You know, whatever you decide as a board, so be it. I'll live with that decision. I think reestablishing what was done in 2017 is important, because 2017, 18, and 19, yeah, nicest kind of thing I can say, has been a little dysfunctional. Sometimes we've been practicing from a historical perspective. Sometimes we've been saying, no, you're not supposed to be involved in that. So we do need to settle this one way or another. The chair has made it, and rightly so, very clear that we can't be operating on past practice anymore. It's got to be back in the code or not in the code. To be truthful with you, and very candid with you, and I owe that to you as supervisors, if this ordinance doesn't pass, in reality, you're not going to have a very active finance and budget committee. I understand at this given time, there may be those out there that would like it that way. They'd like to have us get out of their hair. Okay, we will expect and respect whatever the decision is, but please tonight, do make a decision. Do not play games of delay or try to wordsmith it to death or any of that nonsense. We're already into the budget process. Voted on it tonight. If there are some changes that need to be taken place, please introduce legislation to rechange something if there's an area that you don't like. I suspect if you pass this, we'll be bringing back other things that we missed that historically budget and finance does. But do vote on it tonight, one way or another, up or down. That's what I ask of you. Thank you for all the time.
Thank you. I heard a voice before, I'm sorry, after Supervisor Wilkie. Who was that, please?
Yes, Chairman Smyer, that was Supervisor Roberts.
Supervisor Roberts.
Yes, I'm supporting this ordinance change because I believe that in this day and age, we're facing a lot of unknowns. And I think that a second set of eyes on our budget at this particular point in time would be a really good idea, so that we're not missing things, and so that things are looked at in a very careful and respectful manner. That being said, I think as elected officials, the taxpayers, the people that elect us, all view us as the point of contact, and they all view us as being responsible for spending their tax dollars. And in this particular year with COVID, I think that we're facing challenges that we've never seen before. So that second set of eyes could be very useful for us. So that's my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Other question or discussion?
Schneider.
Supervisor Schneider.
I remember that Colleen's commentary had some possible amendments in it to this resolution. I was wondering if she is prepared to bring those forward.
Is that a question for Supervisor Bates?
Yes.
Thank you. I really feel that, there's been, again, tried to keep my comments within the 5 minutes that's allowed for individuals. And really the amendments that were proposed If you want to hack through that, I suppose you could. I really feel that this probably should be done by a task force. This is a really, there's so many issues here. When Stella said we've been doing this since supervisors said we were doing this since the 1970s, no, that's not true. We didn't have a county administrator until then, until much, much later. And obviously, so it's not pertinent. For me, I also look at it that because something is a practice that you have used for a period of time without objection doesn't necessarily mean it stays the same either. I think that obviously sometimes people go along to get along, but it isn't necessarily a way that they think it should be done. We hired a county administrator indeed to give us the management skills that we believed were necessary to really professionalize what happened at that level. And this, to me, is eroding them. So I would like to see this go back to a task force that says, how do we structure this in such a way that we respect the authority of the administrator, that we include not just the finance committee, but really and truly every department's committee that is involved in forming their budget. It's more than just dollars and cents in forming a budget. Because if you indeed look at trying to determine where the least amount of damage is done, you have to have a very thorough knowledge of what's going on in that area. So for me, I would like to see this go back and really be thoroughly explored and bring forth something that doesn't take away from what our administrator was hired to do.
Supervisor Bates, are you making a motion, or are you requesting that another member formulate such a thing?
I think I would like to see if there's support for that, but really and truly, I would like to listen to more discussion.
I will make the assumption that you are not making a motion. You are requesting further discussion of the point then. So,
correct.
Other discussion?
Martha Neiman.
Supervisor Neiman.
Thank you, Chair. I come to this resolution with fresh eyes, this being my second term, and not having any history that might cloud or confuse what is being talked about. In spite of some of the improvements that are maybe needed in the process and clarification, I'm in opposition to this resolution for the reasons that have been stated. In my opinion, this limits the power of the administrator and gives one standing committee undue influence in the creation of the budget. It gives finance and budget unqualified power to establish county fiscal policies and strategies. This power rightly belongs to the county board as a whole. The resolution sidelines the standing committees in their oversight role while increasing the role of finance and budget in the process. I agree that there needs to be joint discussion about these things, and I think it's been helpful for human services and administration, finance and budget to make these, have these kinds of conversations. I am also not clear why 3 public hearings are necessary. So I would encourage us to defeat this amendment, and I would be in favor of a task force to delve more deeply with maybe more representation across the county board participating. Thank you.
Just as a point of clarification, if we defeat this, then it is defeated, and we don't have on our agenda anything regarding task force. However, a motion to create a task force in the context of this discussion would be in order, because it is the equivalent of referring to committee. So I just want to lay that out there, how we would have to proceed.
Schneider so moves.
Excuse me, point of order, Mr. Chair. I don't ever recall, this is Supervisor Leary, I'd like a task force, I don't ever recall being referred to as one of our standing committees.
It is not.
And yeah, so I think it's important if you're going to refer this, perhaps it should go to the administration committee, and then the administration committee would perhaps form a task force, but just to have this all of a sudden morph into a task force, I don't think is appropriate. Supervisor Neiman did make a question about, she did not understand why there were 3 hearings needed. In the past, we've had 1 hearing in City of Eau
Supervisor
Claire.
Leary, you were making a point of order. You're now
All right.
off the point of order to another topic. So I would like to stick with your point of order and consult with our corporation counsel regarding referral, the motion to refer to committee being the equivalent to refer to a task force to be created.
At this point, I think the referral should appropriately be to committee, and then the committee would be administration who would create the task force. I agree with the Supervisor Leary in that respect. I think to, at this point, just say a task force without defining that task force, which I think would be the function of the Committee on Administration, so that it would be appropriate for to administration to define who is going to be on that task force, and then create that task force to deal with this issue.
Thank you.
Can I amend my motion?
I didn't, well, actually, you didn't make a motion. I didn't recognize a motion. But the chair recognizes Supervisor Schneider.
I have a comment. Supervisor Gatlin, can you hear me?
Sorry, Supervisor Schneider has precedence here.
Okay.
Supervisor Schneider?
I move that this be sent to administration. You're going to have to help me with the wording here.
That's the function of the chair. Does the member wish to make a referral to the administration committee of this item for discussion and future action?
That's what I would like to move.
Thank you. All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second on that?
McKinney, second.
McKinney seconds. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion of the motion?
Supervisor Wilkie wanting to speak to the referral motion.
So Supervisor Wilkie for the first time on the motion.
On the referral.
Yes.
I just got done asking you, pleading with you, don't delay this. Don't start down that track. I find it strange that this has been in process for 2 months. It came out of admin committee. It's really becoming a part of an effort to delay the process. Even in the administration committee, any of those possible amendments could have been considered. This is really about delaying. And I don't think we can afford to be delaying. Budget and finance and budget has been up in the air, what its role has been for some time now. And we are getting into the process as time goes on. So please defeat referral. If you really don't like what's before you tonight, even though I strongly support it, vote no. But let's not be jerking this around, okay, and sending it back to a committee that it came out of. You're just delaying it. Please defeat the referral.
Any other discussion of the amendment? I'm sorry, the motion.
This is Supervisor Dunning.
Hand up the thing.
Supervisor Dunning.
I was wondering if Supervisor Schneider would be sending, as Jerry indicated, Supervisor Wilkie indicated, sending it back to admin will get us the same thing again on a 3-2 vote. If Supervisor Schneider would be willing to change her motion to include that that the administration committee would set up a task force to do that, to do this, so that we do get different voices this time, so we can see it, can hear it different. And maybe it would be an advantage to find out what would happen if the finance and budget wasn't involved in the budget this year before its appropriate time.
Just to clarify, both Robert's rules and our county board rules would indicate that if a motion has been made and seconded, it cannot be changed by the consent of the maker of the motion. We have to deal with it. So Supervisor Dunning, if that's what you wish to do, then make an amendment to that motion.
I would make the motion, or make a motion to amend Supervisor Snyder's there to instruct the administration committee to set up a task force of a variety of backgrounds to look at that, to look at the issue.
We have an amendment. Is there a second to that amendment?
I would amend. This is Nancy Coffey.
You're seconding?
Okay, I would second it. Thank you.
Second by Supervisor Coffey. Any discussion of the amendment of that motion?
Could somebody repeat it?
Supervisor Dunning, would you repeat it, please?
Yes, the amendment would be to instruct to refer to the administration committee with the instructions to set up a task force of a variety of backgrounds within the county to look at the issue.
There was a voice that came over Supervisor Schneider. Who was that?
Supervisor Stelges.
Supervisor Stelges, please.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to speak against this. I kind of agree with Supervisor Wilkie that we've seen or heard enough of this and have had adequate time. And I'm also a bit confused in that I thought when this concept of task force or sending it back to the committee from which it came was first discussed, that was based on a contingency that the base code would be defeated. But is my understanding correct that this is not contingent upon a defeat? This would preempt the main issue in front of us. Is that correct?
It ultimately it would. I'm not sure if that's the correct word to use, the preempt, but that would be the effect. Yes.
So we'd never get to vote on the base.
On the motion as it's, I mean, on the resolution as it's presented. No.
Correct.
That's correct.
All right. Well, then once again, I would speak in opposition of this amendment. I would like to see us fully debate the original issue at hand. Should it be defeated, I would suggest somebody bring this up at another time to create something else that would result in a task force.
Thank you. Is there any other comment or discussion on the amendment as it was made by Supervisor Dunning? Supervisor Gatlin, are you waving at me?
I am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I initially read this twice, and I did even review some of the statutes, at first glance, it appeared that it diversified the eyes that would be looking at the budget. But then the more I hear from veteran supervisors, the more I agree with the amendment to relook at it. And I will also point out that the majority of people on this board are new, very new. And I feel sometimes we get a little pushed too hard when we're not clearly understanding things, and it's so complex and too much to take in. And I see that the same people are on the Finance and Budget Committee for decades. So that concerns me a little bit too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Supervisor or Chairman Smyer, does the hand raise function work tonight or not?
No, it doesn't. Sorry.
Yes, it doesn't.
Supervisor Chilson, go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm not sure where to put my comments, and I'm going to put them into the amendment, I guess, and hopefully they'll be appropriate. I'm thinking they will be, but it was stated earlier tonight that the Eau Claire County Board states the Finance and Budget Committee does not have the authority
for the creation of the county budget. And this is true. The code was changed in July of 2017. I've been on the board for 10 years, 6 of which were working with the previous administrator. At that time, the administration and the elected officials worked together on the budgeting process, giving the budget process another set of eyes. I'm not sure why this changed. We were all working in the best interest of the county to come up with a budget that worked for Eau Claire County and for all of its citizens and for the taxpayers. I hope I have to change my sentence that I'm going to read, because I was going to say I hope that we can all support this resolution tonight, but my response will be I hope that we can all vote against this amendment and go back to the original resolution and give this thing an up or down. I feel like we have kicked the can around the block. I don't think you're going to let any more insight into this situation, and I think it deserves an up or down vote one way or the other.
Thank you. Is there any other comment or discussion on the amendment as made by Supervisor Dunning?
This Supervisor Cronk.
Supervisor Cronk.
I'm sort of in some ways confused and amazed that the discussion is about having more eyes on the budget, and yet we're still talking about having more eyes on the budget with the amendment. So I will be supporting the amendment. I'm hopeful at some point the county, we can actually get to participatory budgeting. I think that would be a great direction for us to go. And sometimes when I hear things like, and I don't mean this in any disrespect, but when I hear things like this is, this is how we did it back in 1970 something, that to me raises a red flag, because so many things have changed, and we hope that as a county and as elected officials and as the way we provide service and do business, that we evolve with the ever evolving world that we live in. So I don't say any of that with any sort of disdain or disrespect, but I think that in some odd way, we're actually all agreeing that more eyes need to be on this. And so the amendment I absolutely will be supporting. And I do hope that whatever task force potentially could be created does have a very broad perspective. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So where we are now is that Supervisor Dunning has made a motion of amending another motion. So we have to dispense of them in order. I'm going to call for a vote on the amendment that Supervisor Dunning proposed. And that amendment was to a motion to refer to committee, to refer, I'm sorry, to create a task force, excuse me.
Will this be a roll call
No,
vote?
my motion was to refer to committee, I believe.
That's the effect of it. Supervisor, I'm sorry.
Chairman Smeyer, I request a roll call vote.
Thank you. I'll consider that when we come to that point. Thank you. The Corp Council has clarified that the best route for us is, I think, exactly what Supervisor Dunning, not the best route. The possible route is to follow Supervisor Dunning's motion to refer this to the committee administration for the purpose of creating a task force. Do I have that correct, Corp Council?
That's correct.
Thank you. So,
Mr. Chair,
who is that?
Ray Henning.
Oh, sorry, Supervisor Henning.
Yes, Mr. Dunning's words were not to create a task force, was different items.
The words were to create a task force with a variety of people.
And different items.
Different items?
What's that mean? No, this is Supervisor DeLuca.
Wait, sorry. Supervisor Dunning, would you restate your amendment?
Amendment was to refer the refer this back to the administration committee for where it came from, for the purpose of establishing a task force made up of a variety of people from throughout the organization to review the need for this change or any changes.
Supervisor Henning, is that sufficient for you?
Okay.
I just want to make sure we're very clear. Okay,
Point of inquiry, this is Supervisor Jansen.
that'll be a point of information. Go ahead.
Information, yeah. My question is, it sounds like the language just switched in what I just heard, because originally it was a variety of people, which I thought could include community members. But now he's just added a variety of people throughout the organization. So I'd just like clarification on if we're putting specific wording into the structure of that task force in this, do we have to stick to that structure?
Supervisor Dunning.
My thought was within the organization. I may have said a little more broadly, but my thought was within the employees, committee people, county board people, staff, directors, etc.
Supervisor Cronk. Supervisor Cronk, are you there?
I'm here. I thought originally he said community as well. But I didn't. Is my hand still raised? Sorry, it was from earlier.
I see no raised hands. Just so you all are aware, their function is not working. Someone has a microphone on with a lot of background noise. I don't know who that is. Please mute. Thank you.
DeLuca requests to speak.
I'm sorry, who?
DeLuca,
Supervisor DeLuca.
as Supervisor Dunning was speaking, I was writing what he was saying. To refer to Committee on Administration to set up a task force with a variety of people that have different backgrounds to look at the issue.
Thank you for recording that. Will we take that as the motion then? Supervisor Dunning.
Me.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor DeLuca.
So not within the organization, which is what you said last.
It's not specified.
Supervisor Dunning.
It's not specified. Supervisor DeLuca apparently wrote it down as it was stated, and Supervisor Dunning has accepted that. Okay. Is there other discussion of the amendment by Supervisor Dunning?
Who seconded Dunning's, or doesn't it need a second?
It did need a second. I'm trying to remember.
It was Supervisor Coffey seconded it.
Yes.
Supervisor Coffey, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And to answer your question, yes, we do need a second for that. Someone, I think it was it Supervisor Chilson who asked for a roll call vote?
Yes, before the roll call, can I speak? Supervisor Wilkie?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Now, I'm not sure if I'm speaking to an amendment or an amendment to an amendment. If it's an amendment now, I suppose this is my second time. If it's an amendment to the amendment, it's my first time. I'll leave that to the chair's discretion. You see how long it just took us to get this. I guess my point to you is this is not going to be back before our doorstep for a long time. That's why in the very beginning, I asked you and pleaded with you, and you also received the same message from other supervisors. Bring it to a vote, okay? If you really don't like what's here, vote it down. You can still come back with legislation to create a task force that can vet it for 2 months and then bring it to the board, and it can sit for a month, and then we can have another month as it gets referred to the committees, and maybe 6 months to 9 months from now, you'll have something before you that you can actually take action on. Please vote this amendment, which is just a delay tactic, down and bring it to a vote. If you don't like what's before you, vote no. If you think it makes sense, vote yes. At least you are going to, you really owe it to your Finance and Budget Committee to give them clear direction. Either we have very, very, very limited power, and I question even the need then for a Finance Budget Committee, or you choose to support the ordinance. But have the courage to take a vote tonight, a yes or a no. Quit messing around. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilkie. Is there any further comment?
I'd like to make a comment, please. Supervisor Bates.
Thank you, Supervisor Bates.
I believe that this indeed has pointed out that we do need to have specifics within our code as to where the responsibility lies with the development of the budget. I don't think there's any question about that. The question really is, how should that be done in a way that there's balance so that the members of the board who would like to indeed have a voice in that actually have that opportunity. And yes, in the past, we have had some issues. I do believe that when we hired an administrator, that the object of that was to avoid exactly what we're doing right now, to give structure and to give guidance. So I would urge your support for this to go back to administration and with the distinct responsibility to appoint a task force to be able to resolve the issues that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Supervisor Chilson has made the request for a roll call vote and the chair agrees. So we will do a roll call vote and I will ask Madam Clerk to do the roll call vote. You are voting on the amendment as proposed by Supervisor Dunning and as was clarified by Supervisor DeLuca. So Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Gibson,
No.
McKinney,
Yes.
Knight,
Supervisor Knight, you're muted. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Knight, yes, to the
Oh,
DeLuca version.
Sorry.
Pagonis,
No.
Anton was absent in the initial roll call. Is he on now? Supervisor Anton? Okay, I'll still consider him absent then. Zook,
No.
Chilson,
No.
Stelgis, Supervisor Stelgis?
No.
Thank you. Maury,
Yes.
Coffee,
Yes.
Kenny,
Who?
Supervisor Henning,
Yes. No.
Bates,
Yes.
Russell,
Yes.
Gatlin,
Yes.
Smyer,
Yes.
Hambeck Boyle,
Yes.
Neiman,
Yes.
Dunning,
Yes.
Wilkie,
No.
Anderson,
Yes.
Beckfield,
No.
Schneider,
Yes.
Leary,
No.
DeLuca,
Yes.
Jansen, Supervisor Jansen. Clarification, no. Again, I'm not clear. I'm sorry. No? For Supervisor Jansen?
Sorry, no.
Thank you. Schroffnagel?
Yes.
Roberts?
No.
Brent? Supervisor Cronk?
Yes.
Christopherson?
Yes.
Seventeen yes, 11 no's, 1 absent.
The amendment passes. So the amendment takes us back to the original statement, which was a motion to refer. That has been now amended with this, and that is referring this to the Committee of Administration for the purpose of appointing a task force. So this, Supervisor Chilson, do you wish to have this by roll call vote also?
Sure, why not? That way everybody's on record.
Okay.
Sure.
The chair agrees.
I'm sorry, I don't know what we're voting on. What is this? This is Supervisor Pagonis. What are we voting on?
Well, we just approved the amendment as presented.
Which is exactly the same as the original amendment.
Well, it's not exactly the same. Exactly the same.
Damn close.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
People, let's have some order, please.
Please clarify what we're talking
I'm
about.
about to do that. Please allow me to finish the sentence. Supervisor Dunning made an amendment. We approved that amendment. We're back to the thing that he was amending, and it is not the same. The original one did not specify referral to the Committee on Administration for the purpose of establishing a task force. So in effect, it is different. It has been amended, and we are back to voting on that as amended. So essentially, you're voting on the same thing.
This is Supervisor Schneider's amended amendment, right?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, have we had debate, have we had full debate on this?
Oh my word. That's how we got the amendment from Supervisor Dunning. But if
We have not, so we have not closed debate on this, have we?
If your question is, will we have discussion on this before we vote on it? The answer is yes, we have to.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So, supervisors, we are going to have a vote on an amendment to an original motion that has the effect of referring this to the Commission for the purpose of establishing a task force composed of a variety of persons in the county government. Is there further discussion? Essentially, we're talking about the same thing that we just approved for Supervisor Dunning.
DeLuca wishes to speak.
Sorry?
DeLuca to speak.
Supervisor DeLuca, please.
I again wrote down exactly Schneider's motion. Move to refer to Committee on Administration for discussion and future action.
Mm-hmm. That has now been amended.
Oh, okay, so then you have to add the amendment with the variety, because Dunning added a variety of people with different backgrounds.
No, I do believe that Chair.
Supervisor Cronk? Was that Supervisor Cronk?
No, that was Supervisor Jansen. I
I'm
believe that Supervisor Dunning asked to, sorry, I'm getting a weird echo.
All right, let me clarify again. The effect of Supervisor Dunning's amendment is a substitute amendment. His amendment, which we just approved, is now substituted for the motion that Supervisor Schneider made.
I was just saying, I believe it was accepted as the way that Supervisor DeLuca read it, correct?
No.
Mr. Chair, this is Tim Sullivan. Maybe I can help here.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
So the procedural aspects of this are as follows. Supervisor Schneider made a motion to refer this matter to the administration committee. Then Supervisor Dunning made a motion to amend Supervisor Schneider's motion. That is what you just voted on. So what we are doing now is going back to vote on the original motion to refer this to committee as amended, which means that you're voting on that it would be referred back to the committee for the purposes of creating a task force according to the language as Supervisor DeLuca has read to you and Supervisor Dunning has agreed to.
The referral is to the Committee on Administration.
Right. The vote that you just took was to create the amendment. The vote that you're being asked to do now is actually to confirm the action of referring it to the committee for the purpose of creating the task force.
Thank you.
Question from Supervisor Wilkie.
Supervisor Wilkie.
Maybe Corp Counsel can speak to this, or you might be able to, Mr. Chairman. Assuming that this amendment to the amended amendment passes, okay, and it gets referred to administration, which has already been there, and now they're saying let's create a task force. That means there is a very limited direction in the code, in our ordinance for budget and finance, what their role is or is not. And I hold and understand the chair's position that if it isn't in the ordinance or in our rules of our board, budget and finance can't do it just because it's been good past practice, has no relevance. We need to follow the rules. Therefore, Corp Counsel or Mr. Chair, can somebody tell me then what role budget and finance is to play in the budget process? Because I'm interpreting very little that it doesn't have the authority or the responsibility to meet with departments, either jointly with the governing committee or separately, let alone meeting with community agencies as it has in the past. Or do we have...
Sure. Point of order, this is not to the amendment.
It's to the amendment in the sense of if we pass this amendment, then we have not taken action on the ordinance, and I'm asking to know what our responsibilities will or will not be if we pass this amendment.
The chair agrees.
Because I interpret that.
Let me finish, please.
Sorry.
The chair agrees with the point of order. What your comment is not relevant to the action that we're taking, Supervisor Wilkie, although I do recognize your question.
Okay.
And I'll look for an answer.
Guys, my question, can Corp Counsel answer that so I know how to vote?
Well, I'd like to answer it. This is Supervisor Pagonis. I'm chair of the Finance and Budget Committee. And clearly, if we don't have an ordinance, and the county board chair said to me, I've forgotten the date, it was March something, said to me, if it's not in code, Finance Committee does not have the authority. So there's nothing in the county code regarding the development or even participation of developing a budget. It is not part of the county code. Therefore, Finance and Budget will not have any part beyond those three committees that the Finance and Budget oversees. So all of these joint meetings that have been set for budget hearings, we're not going to attend. It's not going to be, it's not a responsibility of Finance and Budget to attend these joint meetings.
Supervisor Pagonis, I'm going to go back to the chair's acceptance of the point of order. Even though I recognize that the things you're talking about are important topics, it's not relevant to what we're trying to accomplish at the moment. So I hope that we can come to a point when we can provide that information to you and to your committee but I will.
The information has been provided, Mr. Chair. I don't think we need to have anything beyond that. Thank you.
The chair is recognizing the point of order.
Okay, I'll speak to the amendment. Hopefully, won't be another point of order here, and that I am on the amendment. It's important for me because if we pass this amendment, and I'm asking you to vote no, because it's become quite clear to me that, because I did get an answer to my question, that budget and finances role in the budget process is essentially null and void. We are essentially, we could be a hospitality committee. It might as well be if we pass this amendment. This amendment gives us no direction. So again, I'll ask you, vote no on the amendment, get back to the main resolution, and cast your registered vote. And at least we know where you stand. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on the amendment that we're about to, the motion we're about to vote on?
Yeah, I would like, this Supervisor Pagonis, I would like to make a comment. I think it's easy for county board supervisors to pass the buck, and that's what's going on. We're going to vote to have it go back to administration to create a task force to come up with some new language, to come back to first reading, come back to second reading, and clearly we're not going to have anything until very possibly 12 months from now. It's very obvious, which means during the 2020 budget session, there will be absolutely no input from the, I'm using air quotes now, a finance committee. It's a very convenient way for supervisors to essentially cast a decision without casting the decision. We need to be voting on the original ordinance. If you don't like it, vote it down. We're done. It's fine. But to go through all of this really lip service to create a task force, I mean, really, when has any county ever developed ordinances from a task force? It doesn't even make sense. You know, this is all, I mean, no one has any, scratch that. It's not lost on me or probably other members of the committee that if it goes to a task force, it's not going to come out. And if that's what you want, let's just vote no on the original ordinance and let's be done with it. And we could dissolve the finance committee and then we would have 17 people who would be delighted.
Is there other comment?
Schneider?
Supervisor Schneider.
Obviously, people are really torn because the original resolution was very, very good in many ways. But it also had flaws from my perspective. And to me, the point of suggesting a task force is that we give it another run through with some of the same eyes, some of different eyes to take a look at it, bring it back. It obviously will not be in time for this year's budgeting cycle. That's a shame, but at the same time, we can do the budgeting cycle the way we did it last year. For people to say, well, we just won't play, I think is a reaction that, upon thinking about it, hopefully will change. I would urge you to vote yes so that we can come up with something somewhat better than the good thing that was originally brought forth.
The chair would just like to point out that the estimations of the length of time necessary may or may not be accurate. They are not necessarily as they've been projected.
Chairman Smeyer, I'd like to comment.
I'm sorry, who is that?
Chilson.
Supervisor Chilson.
Yeah, I'd like to agree with Supervisor Pagonis. I can speak from experience. There's been a lot of nights I voted and it was 26-1 and 25-2. I can tell you, if you go against the grain or you come out into the open, it's not going to kill you. I say vote this thing up or down, show yourself, give it a vote, and let's either move it or kill it. But to kick this can down the road is just a waste of time for everybody. Vote this thing up or down, let it come out of the shadows, and put your name on it. Vote for it, vote against it, put your name to it.
Okay, the effect of voting this motion, approving this motion, would be to refer to administration committee to create a task force. The effect of voting it down would be to return to the original resolution as presented this evening, and that would lead us to an up or down vote as suggested.
Mr. Chairman?
Is that Supervisor Henning?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
You know, I'm in my 19th year on the county board, and we've had ups and downs every year, and things have worked out. You know, in April, we were all reelected, and we were reelected to do our job. We're not reelected to get a new task force to do everything that we were elected to do. Let's vote down this amendment and vote on what was asked of us to do our job as county board supervisor.
Mr. Chair, Mark Beckfield.
Supervisor Beckfield.
I can't agree with Supervisor Henning more. We were elected, and we have a lot going on right now. We just made a major change tonight. The cost reduction to our employees, canceling their cost of living, their annual step increase, and reducing their income by 6 days. Plus, we have an impending increase in health insurance coming. Not to mention, the community has taken a hit tonight by a reduction in services. I think having extra eyes at this time, especially elected officials' eyes, make it perfect for this action by the supervisors Leary and Pagonis would put those extra eyes here, and it would put some really needed extra eyes at this time of difficulty, because this crisis upon us is real with COVID-19. And I hate to tell you, everybody, the financial impacts of this could not have come at a worse time for Eau Claire County. And also, the one thing I'm worried about is if things do get bad, I'd hate to be getting another task force together to discuss the task force on the task force. You were elected as officials, voted up or down. Let's go. I'm done.
Thank you. Just, excuse me, for the point of clarification, I'd like to briefly to consider what happens if this is voted down and we're back to the main resolution. And let us assume the main resolution was voted down. Where does that leave us?
To whom is that directed?
I'd be happy to respond to it, Supervisor Smeyer, Chair Smeyer, the Supervisor Wilkie. I think it leaves us the same position as if we pass this amendment. We pass this amendment, we just are stalling, and that finance and budget will not be it'll be a shell of a committee. Let's be honest here. If we if this amendment fails and we go back to the original one and it fails, yes, we still have a shell of a committee. But let's at least get to the point where we can make that decision. If
but one other
the
point,
majority of the board members wish not to have a functioning finance and budget committee that deals with finance and budget, just vote this amendment down and vote no on the original one. If you want a functioning finance committee, you have to vote no on the amendment and yes on the ordinance before us. I hope I answered your questions, Chairman Smyer. It's unusual for somebody to answer questions for the chair.
But thank you for the effort. I think
Supervisor Cronk with a
Stelz's here.
question.
hold on. Supervisor Stelz's, I believe, had priority here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would add to what Supervisor Wilkie said. Should both this amendment and the base legislation be defeated, the opportunity to create a task force still exists. The administration committee can create a task force anytime they want. But yet this issue would be decided, and said task force would have a lot more guidance because they would now know what things would not pass muster because the issue before us had been defeated. So I think that would provide the task force guidance. I would also like to make one correction to, or at least observation to, Supervisor Snyder's comment about going back to the way we did it last year. I think we have actually been operating under the process whereby finance and budget was actively involved in this, even though it wasn't authorized by code. So I think what we're trying to do today is correct the code back to the practice that we've actually been doing. So I think, with all due respect for Supervisor Snyder, I think you perhaps misunderstand how it has worked in the last budget cycle. With that said, just a couple other quick comments. One thing strikes me during this debate, the name of the committee that we're talking about is Finance and Budget. Really? I mean, shouldn't they be the ones who are responsible for the budget? Secondly, we're talking about, taking authority away. My understanding is that the administrator works under the authority of the board, not the other way around, and that the Finance and Budget Committee acts as the eyes and ears for the board. My personal experience has been when it comes to budget time, and we're in November and we're looking at the budget, we blow through those departments, and frankly, I have not looked at them. I don't have the detailed understanding. So I rely on the Finance and Budget Committee to have been my eyes and ears as to what is valid there. And further, when I'm on my individual committee, at least my experience has been that I have had almost no interaction with the administrator as far as, and not the current one necessarily, but anyone. Any guidance that never comes to the standing committee. All that interaction is going on directly with staff. And frankly, I don't think that's been particularly good either. So, one person doing it is too few. Everybody in the board thinking that they can make every decision on the budget is too many. And so that's why we need the Finance and Budget Committee to do the budget. So I would ask you to defeat this amendment and vote up or down how you feel about the base, understanding that the option to preserve a task force always remains.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there other comment?
Yes, Chairman Smyer.
Supervisor Roberts?
Yes. I too think that we need to vote down this amendment and vote up or down on the ordinance as presented. It's time that we make a decision, and it gives a task force, should one be formed in the administration committee, it gives them a starting point. If we don't do this, they're going to be as up in the air as we are right now. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Is that Supervisor Henning again?
Yes, can you call the question? We've been going on.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair, excuse me, there's a request to call the question. In such an instance, the chair has to assess whether or not there's been sufficient debate. So Supervisor Henning, I'm going to allow for a bit more discussion, but recognize your request.
Chairman Smyer?
Who is that?
Joe Knight.
Supervisor Knight.
Could we have the Corporation Council weigh in on this? What I'm hearing the Finance and Budget Committee saying is that if we do not approve the earlier resolution, that they'll essentially be a hollow shell without their current teeth. Is that the case?
We can request that information from the corporate council. Corporate council?
I did previously draft a memorandum to Chair Schmeier that should have been distributed to all of the county board members. If this resolution is voted down, what the role of the Budget and Finance Committee will be that is set forth in the code. It is set forth in a number of different areas, roles and responsibilities within Chapter 4, roles and responsibilities within Chapter 2. But as is indicated in my memorandum, in the first page, where I state Chapter 4.02 of the code as it currently exists, provides little guidance with regards to the annual process of creating a budget. This resolution or ordinance, I'm sorry, is creating a formal budget process. Whether that budget process is correct or incorrect, or what you want to see, or that's a decision for the board to make. That's not my decision.
If I may clarify part of that, I think this is complicated by the fact that back in 2017, in effect, we incorporated Wisconsin statutes 59.18 into our code. And I think that that's what's led to some of the discussion that we have now. Is that correct, Corp Counsel?
That is correct.
Thank you. So that would be a
Snyder with a question.
Well, I wanted to respond to just one thing. This is Supervisor Pagonis. I wanted to respond one thing to that Corporation Counsel mentioned, and Chairman Schmeier.
I'm going to give priority. I think it was to Supervisor Schneider. I'd come to you, Supervisor Pagonis, since her request came in first. Supervisor Schneider.
My question was for Corporation Counsel, and practically speaking, if we vote down the amendment and then vote down the resolution, does that mean that Finance and Budget can continue as they did last year?
It means that their role remains the same as it currently exists in the code.
That will include the
Answer the question.
Well, that's a decision for the Finance and Budget Committee as to how they're going to continue. I can't answer that question.
Okay.
Legally, can they continue? Is that maybe a better way of saying it?
There would be some.
I've given you my legal answer, Supervisor Schneider.
Sorry?
I'd
say what?
Legal answer with regards to Supervisor Schneider's question. The answer is their roles and responsibility will be those that are set forth in the code currently.
That does include the 5918 language. That's what's partly complicating this.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. The 5918 language, Supervisor Schneider, makes specific reference to the role and authority of the county administrator in this regard. And that's what's complicating the discussion. Supervisor Pagonis.
Yes. At the time when 5918 was adopted, the part of the code that was removed in its entirety was the part of the code that gave a role to the Finance and Budget Committee. So it was a simultaneous action in which the adoption of 5918 occurred. It completely, and actually the words used, it was July 7th, 2017, a section was removed in its entirety without even identifying in the resolution what it was. And as Supervisor Leary said, when she asked, she was told by Corporation Counsel Zames that it's housekeeping. So it happened in a way that some of us were unaware of.
Well, Supervisor Pagonis, thank you for the reminder. However, we live with what we did. So we have the words currently in our code, and that is what we will follow, as I've said to you before.
Chairman Schmeier,
Who is that?
Martha Neiman.
Supervisor Neiman.
It seems to me that voting in favor of the amendment will at least provide a clear next step to address the concerns that are related to this original ordinance. If we do not pass this amendment and we do not pass the ordinance, we are left in limbo, and who knows if a task force will in fact be convened. So I still encourage that we say yes to this amendment.
Okay. We are not really in limbo. We do have a provision in our ordinances now. Yes, they're not complete, they're not thorough, but we're not totally in limbo.
Chairman Meyer, this is Tim Sullivan.
Yes.
I just want to make a point of clarification. This has been referred to as an amendment multiple times.
Yeah.
Really, what it is a motion to refer to committee for the purpose of creating a task force as amended. So
thank you.
What we should be doing is referring to it as a motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Henning made a request to call the question. At this point, the chair determines we've had enough discussion. We also had, I think, we had a request from Supervisor Chilson to do this vote by roll call vote, and we will now proceed to that vote. Madam Clerk. Oh, excuse me. What you were voting on is a referral to the Administration Committee for the purpose of establishing a task force which will address the content of the original resolution. Madam Clerk.
Kick the can.
Please.
So a yes vote is to say yes to the amendment.
To the motion.
To the motion.
To the motion to refer to administration.
Yes.
For the purpose of setting up a task force of a variety of backgrounds to look at this issue.
Yes.
Gibson. Supervisor Gibson.
No.
Supervisor McKinney.
Yes.
Knight. Supervisor Knight.
Knight, yes.
Thank you. Pagonis.
No.
Anton was absent unless he is here now. Supervisor Zook.
No.
Chilson.
Emphatic no.
Stelgis.
No.
Lowry.
Yes.
Coffee.
Yes.
Henning.
Definitely no.
Bates.
Yes.
Russell.
Yes.
Gatlin.
Yes.
Smyer.
Yes.
Hambuck Boyle.
Yes.
Neiman.
Yes.
Dunning.
Yes.
Wilkie.
No.
Anderson.
No.
Beckfield.
No.
Schneider.
Yes.
Leary. Supervisor Leary.
No.
DeLuca.
Yes.
Jansen.
No.
Schroffnagel. Supervisor Schroffnagel.
No.
Thank you. Roberts.
No.
Frank.
Yes.
Christopherson.
Yes.
Todd?
13.
No. Yeses pass.
15 yeses, 13 noes, and 1 absent.
The motion passes. This is a motion to refer to committee, and we have disposed of that item, at least for this meeting. The referral will be made to the committee administration for the purpose of establishing a task force. The next item on our agenda is let's see, file 31 from the Committee on Administration and Committee on Human Resources. Madam,
Oops, sorry. Authorizing to increase 1 administrative associate 3, a 0.5, to increase to a 0.625 and abolish a half-time FTE outreach coordinator in the ADRC department.
motion.
So moved.
I'll second Kronk.
Supervised by, I'm sorry, moved by Bates, seconded by Kronk. Discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Explanation. I'm going to call on Administrator Schaaf for the explanation.
Thank you, Chair Smyer. This is actually 2 departments that are coming together, and through their sharing of a position, they will actually be limiting or eliminating 1 position and actually adding time to an existing position and share it between departments to actually accomplish an essential function. It is a move that would save the county money, and it would still be effective in accomplishing our goals.
From Committee on Human Resources, Supervisor Beckfield, do you wish to add to that?
I have nothing to add.
Thank you. Supervisor Bates.
No, I think I have nothing to add as well.
Okay. Any discussions or question? I'm hearing none. Supervisors, please unmute. We will do this by voice vote. All those in favor of file number 28, please indicate by saying aye.
That's not the right
It's
file number, is
31.
it? It's 31.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm going cross-eyed. Sorry. All those in favor of file number 31, please indicate aye.
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 Thank you. All those opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item is file number 47 from the Committee on Administration and Committee on Human Resources. Madam Clerk.
Authorizing reclassification of 1 FTE benefits administrator in Human Resources Department.
Administrator Schaaf.
Do you want a motion prior to my explanation?
Sorry. Apologies. Motion.
Schneider.
Schneider moves.
Judy second.
Who is the second?
Gatlin.
Supervisor Gatlin seconds. Thank you. Sorry. Discussion. I hear none. Supervisors, please unmute. And we are voting on file number 47. All those in favor of file number 47 indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item is file number 40 from the Committee on Parks and Forests.
Granting a utility easement to Eau Claire Energy Cooperative in Section 9, T26N, R6W in the town of Bridge Creek.
Motion.
Schaffnagel.
Schaffnagel moves.
Leary.
Leary seconds. Explanation, Supervisor Stelches.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this first one is just granting an easement to the Eau Claire Energy Co-op to put up a pole upon which they will have an antenna to do wireless meter reading out in the Lake Eau Claire area. They have done that, of course, in many other areas within their service geography, and it's a nice feature, and it stops a meter reader from having to drive around and read the meters physically. No cost to us.
Thank you.
Support.
Is there any discussion? Anyone who wishes to speak? I hear none. Therefore, supervisors, we are now voting on file number 40. All those in favor of file number 40, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay. It is unanimous. Thank you. File number 48, Madam Clerk.
Requesting assistance from the state of Wisconsin in light of the Verso paper mill closures.
Motion.
Christopherson. Bates.
Christopherson moves.
Second.
Bates, second.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the second. Who seconded?
Chris Hambeck Boyle did, but I think Bates might have also.
Well, I'll take Hambeck Boyle. Hambeck Boyle seconds. With apologies. Okay. Explanation, Supervisor Stelzis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this item made the news a while back. One of the major paper mills, actually located in Wisconsin, Rapid, has been announced that they were going to idle their plant. As it turns out, an awful lot of the timber that we harvest on the county forest ends up going to that paper mill. And I guess just roughly, if you think about our county forest, it's made up of a number of different timber types, but usually some of the early stages of the pine plantations that we harvest go to pulp because it's not big enough for saw timber, and an awful lot of the poplar and smaller hardwoods that we harvest also are used for that purpose. The closure of this mill will definitely affect our local markets, so the real intent of this resolution is to provide support to the associations that we belong to so that they collectively can approach the state for help or try to do anything they can to find a new buyer for that mill or to increase demand for the products that they actually produce, which is generally high-grade paper. It's been affected a lot by the school industries, but or the school closures rather. But we're not terribly optimistic, but we really want to get behind the associations and use their collective clout to try to have some sort of influence on that. I think from a revenue standpoint, we will find that some of the timber contracts that we've already sold may or may not be harvested because there won't be any market for the loggers to take the wood. And it's also likely that we will have fewer bidders on future contracts for that. So it's not good fiscally for us as well. And so I request your support on this resolution. And I would also request that you take paper instead of plastic, use paper coffee cups instead of styrofoam, and buy your milk in plastic paper cardboard containers, which is one of the things that they actually produce paper for out of this mill rather than plastic jugs. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or discussion?
Supervisor Beckfield.
Supervisor Beckfield.
One of the things I mentioned earlier is this COVID situation. The first shoes dropped. I really feel the financial one has not hit us between the eyes yet. And I really strongly would support any supportive businesses out there right now because they're going to be hurting. Even though our private companies have come in early this year and they're looking okay, that isn't what's happened in the last 6 months. So supporting this is a no-brainer in my world. I don't know about some others, but to be honest with you, we get a heck of a lot of money from business, and that's one of them that we rely on. I think it's $1 million, Kevin, am I correct?
Yeah, roughly. And the interesting thing is that, from the time we sell contracts until the time we collect is about 3 years. So you're correct in saying that we may not see the impact of this immediately.
Right. And that's just the thing I'm trying to tell everyone here. Even though this thing seems to be leveling out, it's not going to level out. It's going to economically hit you hard, and it's going to hit you hard later. It's a delayed reaction. And as soon as all this money pumped into the economy goes away, you could see some nasty things happening. So I would highly support this resolution.
Thank you. Other comment or discussion? I hear none. Supervisors, please unmute. We are voting on file number 48. All those in favor of file number 48, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by nay. The resolution passes unanimously. Next on our agenda from the Committee on Planning and Development, file number 38.
Requesting that the Wisconsin State Senate convene into an extraordinary session to address the 13, quote, water bills, end quote, passed by the Assembly earlier this year.
Motion.
Nancy Coffey so moves.
Moved by Coffey.
Anderson
Gibson
seconds.
seconds.
Anderson seconds. Thank you. Explanation, Supervisor Gibson.
Thank you. Yeah, this resolution is related to the process of the Wisconsin Assembly and the state Senate in regards to these water quality bills. The Wisconsin Assembly passed these 13 bills in February to address these concerns with water quality. The state Senate has not considered these bills yet, as was postponed due to the COVID-19. So this resolution is asking for the state Senate to convene to address these bills, because if the Senate doesn't act on these bills, it will affect several groundwater programs, and they could die. The resolution has went to Land Conservation, Planning and Development, and Groundwater, and all three have approved this resolution. And I guess at this point right now, I'd ask Supervisor Dunning, because he's on groundwater, and if he had any other comments.
Supervisor Dunning.
Yes, I would support Supervisor Gibson. This is a very much needed resolution, and their action required by the legislature to do this. We have a number of programs that are affected by this, and it would be great to have that, the money that's available or the grants that are available, so we can continue on with the planning and stuff that we do with the Eau Claire County groundwater.
Thank you.
Question, Schneider?
Supervisor Schneider, I think I heard first. Go ahead.
Does this resolution include asking Wisconsin Counties Association to lobby with us, or?
It does not. This is to get because the process works where bills are passed by the Assembly and then they go to the state Senate. This has already passed the Assembly, and because of the COVID, as I said, they have not acted on these yet. And what normally happens is if the state Senate does not act on these, they die.
Supervisor Gibson, can you respond? Excuse me, Supervisor Gibson, can you respond to the request whether or not WCA is in support of this?
Oh, can you not hear me? I just did.
Thank you. No, I didn't hear you. Sorry. Supervisor Dunning, did you have a comment?
Yes, the very last line of the "be it further resolved" indicates that the Counties Association will be notified of this, so they will be able to take action also.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, Chairman Smyer, this is Supervisor Leary. I just wanted to point out the importance of passing this, because we need to raise the visibility item so that folks in the state Senate, such as our representatives and others, will bring this to the floor before they adjourn. I think it's an excellent example of how the Speaker of the Assembly had a special task force on this important issue, because folks across the state were very upset about what was happening with our water resources. If this, as Supervisor Gibson said, if they don't reconvene and take this up, they will die. So just wanted to point that out and urge your support. Thank you.
Thank
Chairman
you.
Schmeier,
Who is that?
Martha Neiman.
Supervisor Neiman.
I just wanted to let the group know that this resolution also went before the Board of Health, and it was unanimously passed at its meeting yesterday. And so Board of Health is in support of this. And I'd also note that these bills, most of them had bipartisan support in the Assembly.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Who is that?
Ray Henning,
Supervisor Henning.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this motion or this ordinance.
We have the motion on the floor. So Supervisor Henning, I'm going to assume you're requesting to call the question. You want to move this along?
Yes.
Okay, we will do that. Is there any other discussion? Supervisors, please unmute. We are voting on file number 38. All those in favor of file number 38 indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay. It is unanimous. Thank you. The next 5 items are amending official zoning districts. We have 2 of them marked as for second reading, meaning we will vote on them tonight. So I'm going to ask the Corp Council to clarify for us why these 2 we can vote on tonight.
There's a section of the code that indicates that they would come back for voting tonight. That they're an exception to the second reading. If they've been dealt with by planning and development, they would come to the code and be acted upon at this time.
Thank you. So file 117, Madam Clerk.
Amending the 1982 official zoning district boundary map for the town of Washington.
Thank you. Motion.
Henning moves.
Henning moves.
Gatlin second.
Gatlin second. Any discussion? I hear none. Supervisors, we are about to vote on file 117. All those in favor of file 117, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed by nay. It passes unanimously. The next item is also marked for second reading for the same reason. File 29, Madam Clerk.
Authorizing the 1982 official zoning district boundary map for the town of Lincoln.
Motion.
Humbug Boyle.
Moved by Hamburg Boyle.
Dunning, second.
Second by Dunning. Explanation. Supervisor Gibson.
Well, I thought I was going to do that on the last one, but you ran me off the railroad track. Anyways, this one is to rezone 77.45 acres from AP to A1 to allow the applicant to construct a single-family resident without the agriculture income restriction. Okay, so staff finds that the proposed rezoning request substantially conforms to the Eau Claire County Comprehensive Plan. The town of Lincoln, they met on June 8th, and the town board voted to recommend approval. On June 23rd, the Planning and Development Committee conducted the public hearing, and we voted 5-0 in favor.
Thank you. Discussion or questions? I hear none. We are about to vote on file 29. Supervisors, all those who are in favor of file 29 indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed by nay. It passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item is file 19. Madam Clerk.
Amending the 1982 official zoning district boundary map for the town of Washington.
Motion.
Henning moves.
Moved by Henning.
Dunning, second.
Second by Dunning. Explanation, Supervisor Gibson.
This is to rezone 5 acres from A1 to A2 agriculture to allow the construction of a single-family residence, and from A1 to A3 for the balance of the property to meet the minimum acreage requirement, since the remainder of the property will be slightly below the 5 acres, which is required in the A1 district. Staff finds that the proposed rezoning request conforms to the comprehensive plan, Eau Claire County's comprehensive plan. The Town of Washington Board, they held their public hearing on June 18th, and they recommended approval. Eau Claire County's Planning Development on June 23rd, we had our public hearing and voted 5-0 in favor.
Thank you. Any discussion or question? Supervisors, we are about to vote on file 19. All those in favor of file 19 indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by nay. It is unanimous. Thank you. The next item is file 13. Madam Clerk.
Amending the 1982 official zoning district boundary map for the town of Potter Creek.
Motion.
So moved. Bates.
So moved by Bates. Second.
Gatlin, second.
Second by Gatlin. Explanation. Supervisor Gibson.
This request was to rezone 24.5 acres of land from AP Agriculture to the district, to the A3 Agriculture District, to sell the land to the neighboring property owner. The planning development staff finds that the proposed rezoning request conforms with the Eau Claire County Comprehensive Plan. On June 16th, the Otter Creek Town Board considered the rezoning and they recommended approval. On July 14th, Eau Claire County's Planning Development held their public hearing and we voted, the committee voted 5-0 in favor.
Thank you. Question or discussion? I hear none. Supervisors, we're about to vote on file 13. All those in favor of file 13 indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by nay. It is unanimous. Thank you. Next file is file 37. Madam Clerk.
Amending the 1982 official zoning district boundary map for the town of Seymour.
Motion.
Motion McKinney.
Supervisor McKinney moves.
Leary seconds.
Leary seconds. Thank you. Supervisor Gibson. Again.
Yeah, this request was to rezone 20.48 acres of land from AP Agriculture District to the A3 District to retain the existing home and 20 acres of farmland for agriculture purposes. The staff's conclusions was staff finds proposed rezoning request conforms with the Eau Claire County's comprehensive plan. On July 13th, the town of Seymour held their public hearing and they recommended approval. On July 14th, the Eau Claire County's Committee on Planning and Development held their public hearing and we voted 5-0 in favor.
Thank you. Question or discussion? Supervisors, we're about to vote on file 37. All those in favor of file 37 indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by nay. It is unanimous. Thank you. Next on our agenda from the Committee on Finance and Budget, file 33. Madam Clerk.
Requesting permission to take the Kittlinger property in the town of Pleasant Valley by tax deed and to then convey this property to the town of Pleasant Valley for no consideration. Requesting for the county to enter into a hold harmless agreement with the town of Pleasant Valley for all costs related to said property.
Motion.
Gatlin motion.
Gatlin moves.
Knight, second.
Second.
Who was the second?
Neiman.
Knight spoke first.
All right. Let's
Neiman,
not. Let me just pick someone. So do it again. Second.
Second Knight.
Second by Knight. Thank you for your patience with that. Explanation, Supervisor Pagonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for everyone's information, this is consistent with county code. The Committee on Finance and Budget does have the authority to exercise control over non-tax deed properties, which is what this is. It's a contaminated parcel. Oh, pursuant to County Code 2.04.485 sub B sub 2. The Keitlinger property is contaminated. It's adjacent or across the street from the town of Pleasant Valley Town Hall. It's been vacant for quite a while, and we have not previously done a taking on this because of the contamination. The town of Pleasant Valley is prepared to take it, and we would not be charging them. They would enter into a hold harmless agreement because of the contamination. Their intention, I believe, is to clean it up. The county would lose approximately $7,000 on this, but we would not otherwise have taken it because of the contamination.
Thank you.
Chair Smyer, this is Janet Loomis. Could I speak?
Yes, please.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Pagonis, but it is not vacant. There is an occupant in it. And the contamination is on the outside in the land. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional comments, Supervisor Pagonis?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. A question or discussion?
This is the first one of Schneider.
Supervisor Schneider.
This is the first one of these I've seen. So we're giving it to the town. So when you say we're losing so much money, is that from the potential sale, or how are we losing money?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a couple of different things going on here. When a property owner doesn't pay their taxes for several years, for 3 years, we have the potential of being able to take it on tax deed and then to sell it. When a municipality asks for it, we typically agree to, there would be the first buyer. In this particular case, because of the contamination, we have not actually taken the property, even though it's delinquent on its tax deed. We do have an obligation that when the municipality wants it, they're first in line. So in this case, because the town of Pleasant Valley is prepared to do the cleanup of the contamination, is the reason why we were taking it in the first place. We wouldn't have taken it otherwise. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
Yes,
Supervisor.
thank you.
Thank you.
Question McKinney,
Supervisor McKinney.
that clarification that there are people living on the property, is that what she said? Is that
There's a structure on the property. It's not vacant.
And
does
Clerk
this
Loomis,
does
Clerk
this
Loomis, you said that there's someone in the building.
There is an occupant, yes.
Thank you. Supervisor
And
McKinney.
they're well aware of what's going on.
So then they are evicted? How does that work?
They know when we will take it, and if they don't move, we will evict them, yes.
Another question or comment? We are about to vote on file 33. Supervisors, those who are in favor of file 33 indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed by nay. It is unanimous. Thank you. The next item is file 45. Madam Clerk.
Approval of the 2020 gifts, grants, and/or donations to Eau Claire County.
Motion.
Moved by Bates.
Beckfield so moves.
Moved by Gates, second by Beckfield. Explanation, Supervisor Pagonis.
Am I on here? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finance and Budget does not have the authority to do this, and for those reasons, I would like to refer this to the Administration Committee, which does have authority pursuant to 2.04.435 sub A sub 9, which allows the Administration Committee to oversee the management of general county business not under the jurisdiction of another committee. So I would like to move that. I would like to make that motion.
Before that, I would like to ask for feedback from the Corp Council on that. Corp Council?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Supervisor Pagonis, will you present the question?
The question, I'm making a motion to refer 045, the resolution under 045 to Administration Committee because Finance and Budget doesn't have the authority to bring this to the county board, but Administration Committee has the authority pursuant to 2.04.435 sub A sub 9, the general county business not under the jurisdiction of another committee.
So I'm asking for your information on that, Corp Counsel.
Well, without looking up those codes, I can't tell you what they say offhand. I'm assuming that Supervisor Pagonis has looked them up. And she knows what they say, so.
So we have a motion to refer to committee. Is that correct? Still up, Pagonis, sorry. Supervisor Pagonis.
Correct.
Okay.
The motion is to refer this to the Administration Committee because Finance and Budget does not have authority.
Thank you.
Leary seconds that motion.
Second by Leary.
Beckfield.
Any discussion of the motion to refer to committee?
Yes, Stelchus.
I hear none. Supervisor, we're not voting on the file, we're voting on the referral to committee. All those in favor?
Yes.
Sorry.
Wait.
There was a question, Stelchus.
Supervisor Stelchus.
Yes. Is the authority, lack of authority, specifically one of the things that was in this previous issue that was defeated? Is that why this is happening?
No.
No.
Supervisor Pagonis, can you respond?
This is asking for an amendment to the budget. And so I would say yes, even though Supervisor Dunning and Supervisor Bates have both said no. I believe they're incorrect. This is to make approval of grants for 2020 gifts and donations. So it requires an amendment to the budget and it would require 2/3 vote when it gets voted on. It doesn't, the amendment doesn't require 2/3 vote, but the resolution would require 2/3 vote.
Supervisor Stelchus, did that answer your question?
I think so. Yes, thank you.
Okay, we're going to proceed to a vote on the referral to committee. Supervisors, all those in favor of the motion to refer file 45 to the Committee on Administration, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay.
No.
We have one
No.
no.
Two.
We have two noes.
No.
Three.
Is that a third? Sorry, since we're not doing by a poll vote, let me try that again. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, I'd like to count them. So could I hear the nays?
No.
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 2, 3. I hear 3 noes.
No.
Four.
Four noes.
Yep.
I have 4 noes. Okay. The motion passes. The item is referred to the Committee on Administration. The next item on our agenda is appointments. We are appointing to the Local Emergency Planning Committee. This set of appointments has been, I have made the appointments as chair. The Administration Committee has approved them. The chair is asking for a motion to confirm these 4 appointments of James Hager, Jason Neck, Jack Running, and Steve Vargo to the LEPC.
Henning moves approval.
Henning moves approval. Second.
Beckfield.
DeLuca.
Second by Beckfield. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay. It is unanimous. Thank you. We are at the end of our agenda. We are adjourned.
Finally.
This program was brought to you by a cooperation between Newsworks and Eau Claire County.